And a very good morning from a sunny Ageas Bowl, where we are minutes away from day 3 of this county championship match between Hampshire and Somerset. Fortunately, the weather is a little bit better than it was certainly on day 1 and yesterday as well, and hopefully we will have sunshine all day. Now, the state of play as we head into day 3. Somerset are batting in their second innings. They had a tricky 6 overs last night, which they overcame. They are 15 without loss, but they still trail Hampshire by 233 runs. So a lot of batting required from Somerset today, and probably well into tomorrow, if they're to at least save this game. Hampshire, well, they are looking for 10 wickets. I'm sure in the dressing room right now they're saying, well, let's get all 10 today so that we can have a day off, but I reckon it will go into tomorrow. Now, your commentary team today, a little later, you will hear from former Hampshire women's player Gemma Green, also former Zimbabwe first-class cricketer and now playing club cricket in England, Stan Marisa. But right now, taking you and will take you through the first period of play, is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Somerset, it's Anthony Gibson. Anthony, a very good morning.
And good morning to you, Kevin, and a good morning it is. It's beautifully sunny above the Ageas Bowl this morning, and you'd have thought conditions pretty good for batting, because Somerset need to bat the whole day and, well, probably for a session tomorrow, if they're going to put Hampshire under any pressure. In the last couple of days of this game, Hampshire have had it very much their own way so far, but some stout defence last evening from Ben Green and Tom Lammonby against some very challenging bowling from Kyle Abbott in particular. His first over to poor Ben Green was a masterclass in hostile seam bowling, and how Ben Green survived it, I'm not sure even he knows, but survive it he did, and they're still together.
They certainly are. Yes, it was different conditions last night. It was overcast, perfect conditions you'd think for seam bowling. Today it's predominantly blue sky with a few wispy white clouds hovering overhead. So yeah, it might be a little harder today for the Hampshire bowlers, who really have had it all their own way. Somerset bowled out for 180 in their first innings. Wickets shared around. Keith Barker took 3. Hampshire replying with 428 yesterday, a career best from Joe Weatherly, who made 168. If you haven't done so already, you can listen to his reaction to that innings and to the current state of the game. You can either go to the Twitter site of BBC Radio Solent Sport, that's at Solent Sport, or of course that interview is also on the Hampshire Cricket website. Anthony, who did you speak to last night, and what did they say?
I spoke to Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, and we talked really about how Somerset had stood up to the situation, the match situation, the weather in the field. I mean, they were in the field for 90 overs, best part of yesterday, and I was very impressed with the fact that their heads never went down. You wouldn't have known from looking at the Somerset fielders that they were 200 behind on first innings. They stuck at it and got their rewards after tea. 6 wickets falling after tea, and they're still in this game. If they can score 450,
definitely,
and set Hampshire, tricky target of 200 on the last afternoon, you never know. But Hampshire have got to be hot favourites to complete the job. Maybe not today, but with the quality of their seam attack, Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas and Keith Barker, with Ian Holland and Felix Organ as backup, plus Liam Dawson, you've got to fancy them to take the 10 wickets they need.
There is never a better time to be playing Somerset.
Absolutely,
right.
Somerset without, well, probably nine players in total, 8 of whom would be in this side were they available. They're either not allowed to play by the ECB, or they're ill, Lewis Gregory and Jack Brooks, or they've injured themselves. George Bartlett, Josh Davey, Ollie Sale. Tom Banton has broken a finger. You know, it's been a chapter of accidents, almost literally, for Somerset in the run-up to this game. And again, you know, against that background, I thought they stuck to their task very well yesterday.
Yeah. Hampshire, in contrast, are virtually at full strength. The only real selection dilemma for them was whether to carry on with Brad Wheel, who had a terrific season last year, Hampshire seam bowler, or play James Fuller, who by all accounts has had a terrific pre-season. James Fuller got the nod.
Didn't get much bowling though, did he?
No, he didn't.
It was strange. Ian Holland was you know, preferred to James Fuller.
Yeah.
After James Fuller had been preferred to Brad Wheel.
Yeah, it is a difficult one because I still think, however well James Fuller has been bowling, that he still has this sort of mark hanging over him that he isn't the most economical of bowlers. And of course, if you remember, for day one, it was kind of a war of attrition as much as anything. What you didn't want to do is, with the run rate being quite low because the ball was nipping around, you didn't then want to give a couple of free overs away or so, which is James Fuller tends to do. In fact, when he did come on, the run rate did actually increase for a little while, although he got the very important wicket of Roelof van der Merwe. So it is a dilemma. It'll be interesting to see how his selection continues over the coming weeks. Hampshire at the Oval next week, and then at Canterbury the week after, or whether Brad Wheel does regain his place. So that'll be an interesting conundrum for the Hampshire selectors as we watch the two umpires make their way down the stairs at the far end, at the pavilion end, and make their way onto the field. That is Neil Bainton and Nigel Long.
I'll tell you another factor in the equation, and that's the length of the Somerset tail. Hampshire bat down to number 10, really. This Somerset side really only bats down to number 7. And then you got the fast bowlers 8, 9, 10 and Jack.
Yeah.
So it's really up to the top order batsmen if Somerset are going to save this game to score the runs. They can't rely on their lower middle order in the way that they have done in recent seasons. Yeah. I mean, last year, for example, terrific innings by Craig Overton, which took Somerset to that commanding first innings lead after he bowled Hampshire out on the first morning.
Yep.
You know, he scored very important runs down the order. And that's been the way with Somerset in recent seasons. The likes of Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Jack Leach, even. I mean, he contributed importantly here as night watchman, and then went on to make 30 odd when the pitch and conditions were at their most difficult. So Somerset missing their bowlers, not just for their bowling, but for their batting ability as well.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you take 8 players out of any side. I'm just trying to think of taking 8 players out of Hampshire, what would be left? And you think, wow. Yeah, I mean, we said right at the start that a draw for Somerset would be a hell of a result. It's more than possible, but there is an awful lot of work to do because we still have half of the game remaining. The good news, as I say, is that the sunshine is out, and Mo Abbas, it's even better news, is he's taken off his sweater, getting ready to bowl. I haven't spoken to him in the last couple of days. I did speak to him at the beginning of the week, but I'm just wondering what he thinks of this weather over the last couple of days. It has been quite horrendous, especially day one. But he has got the ball in his hand and he is ready to bowl the opening over of the morning. He's bowling from our commentary end. That's the hotel end here. We're looking straight down the ground back towards the pavilion. The crowd again is reasonably small, but I do know a few more people are coming today because it's the weekend. Here we go then. He's bowling to the left-hander Lammonby, who works that up to mid-on, and we're underway on day 3. Carl Abbott, the fielder, throws it back to Ben Brown. And we are underway. Well, one scoreboard's underway. The other one is still yet to be powered up. The one scoreboard that's working is to our left. Fortunately, I can see that one as well as I can see the one to the right. And Somerset, on their overnight score of 15 without loss, they trail by 233. Abbas right on over with 4 slips already. Got their hands out of their pockets, which makes a change outside of the off stump, and that goes through to Ben Brown. It's nice to see the slips without their hands in the pockets.
It is, although it isn't actually all that warm today. I mean, it's beautifully sunny, but BBC weather forecast this morning was talking about temperatures around about 12 degrees centigrade, which is nothing to write home about.
No, it isn't. It's still not quite cricketing weather, and it's certainly like no weather you play in Zimbabwe, that's for sure. Stanley's giving me a huge grin there. There's Abbas, length ball, and it's turned towards mid-wicket, into the gap. Lammonby underway this morning. He moves on to 8. That's the same total that Ben Green is on, and Somerset are 16 without loss. Paul Williams has tweeted already at Sonet Sport. He says, raining here in central Portugal. That makes us feel a lot better. So it's a lazy day listening to you and then watching Saints later. Lovely.
Well, they need the rain in central Portugal.
Do they?
They've had a terrible drought, yeah. From last autumn right the way through the winter.
How comes you know that?
We've got an apartment in Portugal.
Have you now? Very nice.
And we arrived there in March on the very day the drought broke. It poured with rain all day.
Nice greeting for you. Abbas bowls to the right-hander Green. He's wrapped on the pad as that nips back, and the ball ricochets down towards full slip. Good sign from a Hampshire point of view to see Mo Abbas nipping one back. Yeah, it did come back quite a bit, just bounced a bit, didn't it?
It might have been a bit of inside edge.
Yeah. So there you go, Paul Williams. Anthony has just revealed that he's got an apartment as well in Portugal. There you go. Bit of golf around where you are then? You must have an apartment near a golf course.
Golf in Portugal is, no, it's not.
Is it not?
It's a bit slow.
Abbas to Green, pushes forward up towards mid-on. Abbott again the fielder.
You know, they take 4.5 hours to play a round. It's not my sort of golf. I like to be round in between 2.5 and 3 hours.
Really?
Quite long enough.
Really? Speed golf?
No, that's just normal pace.
Is it? I wish I could go around in that time. I think the extra hour and a half for me is looking for me ball. I think that's what takes the time for most golfers, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Just looking for the ball. If you add that up. Abbas comes in again and bowls to Green outside the off stump, left alone. And that is the end of the first over of the third morning. 1 run scored. Somerset 16 without loss, trailed by 232.
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag, that over from Mohamed Abbas. A couple of leg stump half volleys, a couple of deliveries that the batsman didn't need to play, but a very good one that almost cleaned up Ben Green. But, I was slightly surprised he wasn't given the new ball last evening, and because of the 2 opening bowlers, Kyle Abbott looked much the more threatening. Yeah. I mean, Keith Barker, you know, he was steady, but he didn't ask the sort of questions that Abbott did, and I think that Mo Abbas might have done. Big day this for Tom Lammonby. He worked really hard in the first innings and then got a good one, nicked it through to the keeper. We're going to have Kyle Abbott coming around the wicket from the pavilion end to Lammonby's in and bowls, and Lammonby is beaten straight away. Kyle Abbott showing what a threat he's going to be on this third day pitch.
Yeah, it's going to be a test. To be honest, if Mo Abbas feels anything like I do, I don't think I haven't actually warmed up since yesterday. You know, I can go home. It's a nice warm home, fortunately, and whatever. But I still feel cold from yesterday, and I'm sure Mo must feel worse than that.
Here's Abbott. Bowls. Lammonby just turns that into the onside, and Felix Organ comes sprinting in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. We've got just the 3 slips for Abbott to Lammonby. James Vince at first slip, Joe Weatherly at third, and Liam Dawson at second. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Bright sunshine. Abbott bowls. Lammonby comes decisively forward. Moving his feet well in defence is Tom Lammonby.
Good to get a good stride in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like that. I like seeing that. I don't like seeing that as a bowler. Hate that. But if you're watching and, you know, he's one of, you know, your players who you support, to see him get a good stride in that. I like that. You know, Mark Stoneman's a bit like that as well, isn't he?
Yeah. Not a big crowd so far. Watching Kyle Abbott bowling to Lammonby. It's outside the off stump. Lammonby lifts his bat out of the way. It wasn't that far outside the off stump, hence the oohs and the ahs from the...
It was good leave.
18 inches outside. It was safe enough leave. But you do get... and we've had two batsmen out bowled, not playing a shot. Stephen Davis for Somerset in the first innings. And who was the Hampshire?
Joe Weatherly.
Joe Weatherly, yeah. With all those runs to his name. Abbott bowls and Lammonby defends. Nice piece by Ivo Tennant in the Times this morning saying that Joe Weatherly has finally fulfilled his potential. And Giles White saying that they've kept the faith with Joe Weatherly.
They have. They very much
vindicated that.
Yeah.
It was a fine innings.
I think he missed one game last year, Joe Weatherly. I need to double check actually, and I haven't got it right in front of me, but averaging only 18 last year.
Last ball of the second over. Abbott to Lammonby, who leaves the ball alone. That moves quite sharply off the seam, away from the left-hander, but too short, too wide. So just the one run so far added this morning. That was a maiden over from Kyle Abbott, who has 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11.
One of the scoreboards still out of action. You can get in touch with us at Solent Sport on the Twitter feed if you want it to come on the Hampshire side, or at Antgib for Anthony. The one email address that we are working on during this game is solentcricket@gmail.com. Now I'm going to take issue with this email that I've got, Anthony. I don't like this email.
Yeah.
No, and you'll see when I read it out, you'll know why. Here comes Abbas bowling to Ben Green. He's got a short leg in and plays and misses outside the off stump. It's from Tim Limbach, who lives in Dorchester. He's emailed a couple of times. I liked him actually up until just now. He says, as I have COVID, he's trying to get the sympathy vote here, but not from me. I am in the unusual position of being able to watch cricket live streams, of course, yes, as well as listening to all of the county games on the BBC Sport website and app. You can also watch them via each of the county websites, as you can this. There's more. That wasn't the bit that I take issue with. Here comes Abbas. Bowls and forward. He's going to take a quick single as there's a gap in the covers. Somerset move on to 17 without loss. He goes on to say, I've been very impressed with the accuracy of the commentators. Now, I'm not taking issue with that because I actually like that. That's great. We love that. Thank you, Tim. But then he goes and spoils it. But less so with the bias towards Hampshire. Bias?
I don't think there's a bias towards Hampshire.
Well, exactly.
Well, I'm certainly not biased towards Hampshire.
Well, Anthony isn't, so we know that he's not talking about you. But then that probably leaves one other. Is he talking about Dave Allen yesterday? Abbas bowls on the line of leg stump, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket. They may take 2. They do. Comfortable 2 in the end, as Barker runs back towards the tunnel area, away to our left. And Somerset move on to 19
I thought Dave Allen was pretty even-handed.
So did I. And of course, Charlotte Taylor on Monday. He doesn't actually say who he's talking about, but do you know what? I'm a sensitive bloke. And I think he's talking about me. And I have to say, I never blow my own trumpet. I never do. But I say, if you actually had to line all the commentators, all the regular commentators up, and say who's the least bias on the circuit, I would put myself in the top 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And I think that's really unfair. So, Tim, you have a chance of dragging it back as that's pushed back to the bowl of a no-run. You can email back and say, Kev, I'm so sorry, you're right. Otherwise, if you email again, I'll make a late call as to whether, even if it makes a brilliant point, I may not read them out from now on. So
I think the other two are pretty even-handed. Would be Kevin Hand,
yes,
and Mark Church.
Agreed.
The 2 London commentators.
Yeah, I agree. So there you go. That's my view. Here comes Abbas to Lammonby outside the off stump, and he leaves that one alone.
And I try not to be too one-eyed when it comes to Somerset.
I think you've got better.
Well, we did have that memorable moment last year, didn't we?
Oh,
when Somerset picked up the last Hampshire wicket just after Hampshire taken it. Somerset have won. No, they haven't.
But we all do. Like, listen, I think when you get a winning moment, I think we're all allowed to be, a little bit more. But no, listen, there are some more than others, obviously. Not actually in here at this moment in time, but I think I do take exception because I actually try and pride myself on not being too biased. But anyway, obviously Tim doesn't think so. Around the wicket is Abbas, and that's a inside edge as it squirts down to fine leg off the bat of Lammerby, on the inside edge of Lammerby, and he's going to keep the strike. He moves on to 11, and the Somerset total is 20 without loss in their second innings, so they've added 5 this morning. They are behind now by, I think, 228. If I can just about see that in the corner.
Yep, that's right. So it's a long road ahead for Somerset to mix the metaphor, to dig themselves out of the predicament that they find themselves in at the moment. The odds must be against it, but you never know in cricket. And this pitch at the Ageas Bowl does have the reputation of flattening out as the game goes on. Here's Abbott again into Lammerby outside the off stump. Lammerby lifts his bat out of the way and wanders away towards Neil Bainton, the square leg umpire. Got 3 centuries in the Bob Willis Trophy. Tom Lammerby back in 2020 really looked the part. Terrific knock up at Worcester on a difficult pitch where he took about 150 balls to reach 50, wearing the bowlers down as Abbott is in a bowls, and this is turned into the onside for just the single. They're coming back for the second as Mohammed Abbas was a little slow moving towards that. Takes the score on to 22. That was very quick, the scoreboard then. Yeah, 150 over his first, 150 balls over his first 50, and about 50 balls over his second. As the bowlers tired and the ball got softer, he took full advantage, and Somerset went on to win that match, which took them into the final against Essex. Lammerby just turns that into the onside. He's always on the move between deliveries. Well, having said that, he now stands and leans nonchalantly on his bat. The very picture of an amateur cricketer from the old days. He's a Devonian, is Lammerby, from Exeter. Abbott bowls and Lammerby calmly forward. Had a disappointing season last year, apart from a century against Lancashire. But if you take that out, he only scored 392 runs in 22 innings. That included that century, so he didn't get many runs in the other 21 innings that he batted. But this is a new season. Abbott bowls to him outside the off stump, and he's certainly shown plenty of application at the moment. Both of these two opening batsmen are. They know what they've got to do. They've got to keep the bowlers at bay, wait for the ball to get a little bit softer, see off Abbott and Mohammed Abbas if they possibly can, and then maybe later in the day they or their successors in the Somerset middle order can take advantage. Lammerby just drops that delivery into the offside, and that concludes the 4th over of the morning. 22 without loss, 9 of those to Green and 13 to Lammerby.
Will Rowland has tweeted at Solent Sport, beautiful day here in the Solent. Does that mean in the Solent? But I'm flu-ridden. All right. Perfect excuse to stay in and listen to Hans. So he's obviously not in the Solent, he's just in the Solent area.
Yeah, I can't say I fancy being actually in the Solent at the moment.
Bit breezy, I should imagine, between Southampton and the Isle of Wight.
Did Hampshire play on the Isle of Wight?
Yes, about 3 seasons or so ago, 4-day game against Notts, which they won. And there's a 1-day game this year, 50-over game over there. New Close cricket ground, nice ground. Here's Abbas. He's got 3 slips for Ben Green outside the off stump. Ben Green leaves that one alone. I'm sure Mo Abbas is still warming up. I think it might take him about 25 overs to actually feel warm and loose.
Adam Hose.
Yes.
Came from,
yes, he did.
From the Isle of Wight, doesn't he?
Yes.
Played for Somerset and moved on to Warwickshire.
Yep. He was a good player. It just didn't seem to happen for him here.
Just
really.
a little bit loose outside the off stump. Yeah.
Yeah. You should know his dad well, Jeff. His Abbas, well, that's quite wide of off stump. Nothing there for the batsman or batter to worry about. Yeah, Jeff used to play. We used to play some sort of benefit games and sort of exhibition games over there, and his dad used to play against us regularly. Yeah, yeah. I always thought Adam was a good player.
Yeah,
well, he is
very
player,
easy on the
so,
eye.
Yeah,
Very,
lovely, yeah.
you know, tall,
Yeah.
strong, fine stroke maker. Become something of a white ball specialist now.
Yeah. Abbas again then, right arm over, coming in and bowls that straighter. Induces the forward defensive from Ben Green as it goes out towards extra cover. Yeah, it's a good place to play on the Isle of Wight. Actually, there's a few grounds over there.
To my shame, I've never been there.
Some nice grounds over there. Ventnor. I shouldn't say too many clubs because somebody will say, "Oh, you missed our club out." Shanklin. It's a ground at Northwood. I remember playing that once. It's probably all I've played at actually. Here comes Abbas, bowls outside the off stump. Little bit of extra carry and bounce, but still no shot needed.
Ben Green had rather a thin time of it last season. He only played in 4 games. 154 runs, highest of 43, average to 22, but that was batting down the order for most of the time.
Was he 24 years of age? So he's still young, isn't he, really? I know there's some younger ones in the Somerset side, but lots of players that have developed around that age. It's on the line of leg stump, gets wrapped on the pad, stifled appeal, and Ben Brown throws the stumps down from his position on the legs, down the leg side.
Yes, I mean, he and Lammonby formed this opening partnership back in 2020. It was something of a surprise when Ben Green was, because he had been batting around number 8 on the rare occasions when he got the chance in Championship cricket. But a pair of them did pretty well. And reunited for the time being. I'd be interested to see whether Matt Renshaw opens up when he arrives.
Another forward defensive out on the offside, completes another over this morning. It's a maiden over for Mohammed Abbas. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. And Somerset find themselves 22 without loss in their second innings. They trail by 226.
Steve Tancock, who does the Somerset North blog, says it's a good job I'm not doing commentary today. I'd be far too Somerset partial. Gibbo even has a fondness for Gloucestershire. Keep up the good work. KJ, one of the most impartial and insightful commentators on the circuit.
Oh, he's my type of man. He's my type. I think we'd get on very well. Thank you.
You've got a friend in Kevin,
yeah.
Steve. Abbott then to Lammonby, who drives, and not entirely where he intended, but it's going to be picked up just inside the boundary at the far end. What did you make of that shot?
Well, I sort of said shot initially because it was straight, and I quite like to see shots that hit straight. You might be right, it might be a little bit of bottom hand in that, which, because it was slightly uppish as well, wasn't it? And it wasn't timed because it didn't go all the way to the boundary, but I think I said shot only on the basis that it was pretty straight.
Well, it brought him 2 runs Takes the score on to 24 without loss. Abbott bowls again, outside the off stump, not far outside the off stump. He's just have a look, see where he's taking guard for the next ball.
Can I just ask why? Is it Steve, isn't it? Why it's only Somerset North? Is he not allowed in the south?
He lives up in the north.
Oh right. Is there a north-south divide then in Somerset? Is there like?
Well, no. He means he's a Somerset follower in the north of England. He
right.
lives in Cheshire.
Oh right.
No, there is a bit of a north-south divide, as that's defended by. Well, yes and no. The thing is, North Somerset is a separate unitary council to Somerset County Council, and Bath and North East Somerset is another separate one.
Oh, okay.
And some of us are, and increasingly, people are referring to the county council area as Somerset, as if it was the whole county. And those of us who treasure the historic identity of Somerset, which includes North Somerset, Bath and North East Somerset, are fighting against this tendency. And this is up in the air and down to long leg, just helped it around. Didn't go through with the shot, Tom Lamby, and just as well he didn't, because it would have carried probably to Mohammed Abbas.
I wonder if he was in two minds there, really. Didn't execute that very well at all.
He didn't, no. I think it was his instinct when he saw the short ball was to pull it, and then almost halfway through the shot he was restraining himself, thinking, no, I mustn't, my job is to stay here. And he pulled out. Well, he didn't actually pull out of the shot, but he didn't go full on for it.
Don't want to be out hooking in this situation.
Ben Green facing Kyle Abbott, I think for the first time this morning. And just drops that into the offside. Yes, because Hampshire lost. You lost Bournemouth and Christchurch and Poole, didn't you, in the local government reorganisation back in 1974.
I didn't personally, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
And I always feel that part of what is now Dorset feels like Hampshire rather than Dorset.
Yeah.
Here's Abbott in and bowls, and forward defensive shot from Ben Green. End of the over, 25 without loss, 9 to Green, 16 to Lammonby. And as I was saying the other day, when I was at the Dorset Cricket Society in Christchurch, they were almost to a man Hampshire cricket followers.
Yeah, there's a big crossover actually. Yeah, there's a lot of members of that are also member of the Hampshire Cricket Society. Yeah. I remember going to their Christmas lunch, the Hampshire Cricket Society. Actually, it was very nice. Mike Selvey spoke, who's now president of Middlesex. And,
he's a good.
Yeah, he's good.
He's a good call for. We're just thinking about who we're going to invite to the West of England Cricket Society as our speakers next winter.
Okay.
Mike Selvey would be.
Yeah.
Fine cricketer and a very, very good journalist as well.
It was, yeah. Abbas around the wicket to Lammonby, 25 without loss, having started the day 15 without loss in their second innings. Abbas with a man on the drive on the leg side. Bowls to Lammonby, outside the off stump. Good carry, but it's wide, and Lammonby doesn't have to play. Now, I remember last time you were here because Dinton Cricket Club is on your way home, isn't it?
It is.
And they said, would you please...
I peaked my horn as I went past.
Right. Well, Richard Cridge has emailed sellandcricket@gmail.com from that said cricket club. Great to hear you guys back on air. Heard you talking yesterday about clubs in the Hampshire League structure. Well, we were just saying that for a major city, Southampton doesn't actually have a cricket club of note. That's pushed out on the offside, and there is no one. Don't forget about the mighty Dinton.
In Wiltshire.
Well, that's what I was thinking actually, so I don't quite know where that. But anyway, I think it's more because they just wanted to mention, and who get a beat from the Somerset commentators on their way home. So you'll have to do it again.
Yep, I'll do it again with pleasure.
I think I went past there actually this winter for some reason, and I remember thinking about you and Dinton and the email we got last year. And I'd never been round that way before.
Yeah, it's a lovely drive that.
Who walks into that, does Lammonby, and leaves that one alone. It's the first time we've seen him and do that. And on the subject of Lammonby, Steve Lattimore has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, morning, good luck staying warm again today. It's a lot easier today, believe me. Enjoying the coverage over the first 2 days whilst working. Watching the feed today alongside the commentary. Is there a touch of Graham Smith around Tom Lammonby's setup? I must admit, I didn't really study Graham Smith, if I'm honest, a South African, ex-South African opening batsman and captain. Here's Mohammed Abbas. Lammonby pushes forward, goes out square on the offside.
He is taking an off-stump guard. I'm not sure about this off-stump guard. Where did you take
I was tending to be middle and leg.
Yeah.
I mean, last year a lot of players were going over towards off-stump, weren't they? I don't think I ever did that.
Lammonby is here today. Yeah. I'm not sure about it. It makes them... I mean, they say, you know, they know where their off-stump is, which makes it easier to leave the ball, but vulnerable to LBW to nip backer.
Yeah. I thought there was a lot of those last year. That's pushed out on the offside by Lammonby again, who's in well behind that one. Yeah, almost to a man, weren't they? People were coming in batting on off-stump, and the theory being, well, if the ball's moving around, then at least you could leave balls better and that sort of thing. But I'm sure, and I didn't calculate it, and I'm not sure anybody did, or if they have, I don't know about it, but I'm sure the LBW count went up.
I'm sure it did. It was Nick Compton who sort of popularised it a few years ago, yeah.
Yeah, these fads come and go, isn't it? I don't know whether it'll be as prevalent this year. It's something to keep an eye on during the summer. Straight delivery, which Lammonby pushes up fairly straight past the stumps at the bowler's end. Abbott comes round to field, throws it to Ben Brown. Takes an athletic catch, actually. And Abbas bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5, and Somerset are 25 without loss. I'll do 1 more over, and then in alongside Anthony will be former Hampshire women's player Gemma Green, who normally commentates with me on Southern Vipers matches, but she's been elevated to the dizzy heights of the men's game.
Yeah, just had another tweet from Steve Tancock, just emphasising his Somerset origins. Born in a nursing home, only a couple of 100 yards from the Jack White gates at the county ground. Can I give his blog a plug? I can. It's Somerset North, somersetnorth.co.uk. Very good it is too. Here we've got Abbott in and bowls to Green. Just drops it down into the crease. No great excitements so far. I think Lammonby played and missed early on against Kyle Abbott.
Yep. Well, Somerset don't want any excitement, do they? They want it to be one of the more boring games or boring days of cricket. There could be this season.
I don't think I'll say that, actually. I'm not going to tempt Providence. But no. Here comes Abbott. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Ben Green plays a rather loose-looking drive. It squirts off the inside edge out into the onside to mid-wicket. 25 without loss. Somerset starting this morning on 15 without loss. We're now in the 8th over of the morning, 14th over of the innings. And by Somerset's recent standards, this is a decent opening partnership so far. Abbott in bright sunshine. He's in bowls and beats Green outside the off stump. Well, slips to a man who got their hands on their, or had got their hands on their heads. Must have been very close, that.
Need a few more of those from the Hampshire point of view, not going past the outside edge, but of course clipping the outside edge. But you're right, there hasn't been that much this morning. Hasn't been much of that at all.
Not much sign of uneven bounce either. That last delivery bounced a little bit more than some. Here's Abbott again, in and bowls, and nicely played this time by Ben Green, getting on top of the bounce, playing it from the crease. Rehearses the shot.
I mean, for what we've seen so far, half an hour, you know, there's no reason to think that 1, maybe 2 players, you know, will get in and play, you know, a major innings. I mean, there's nothing out there really that you would say is worrying from a Hampshire from a batting point of view.
No, here's Abbott again, outside the off stump. He's in his 7th over, Kyle Abbott. 4 of those overs having been bowled, or in the course of being bowled this morning. 3 last night. None for 16. Can't help feeling that he's the man that Hampshire will be looking to, alongside Mohammed Abbas, of course, but Abbas is a skiddier bowler than Kyle Abbott, who hits the pitch. Big, tall, strong man. It's played out into the offside, just slightly turned around there was Ben Green as he adjusted to late movement, but managed to keep it down. Kevin's going to make way for Gemma Green.
And I'm just going to leave you with this question from Leon Bumbiris, I hope I've got that right, who's tweeted at Somerset Sport. On the question of BBC commentators, who do you think... Oh, I've got to do a quick update before I go. I forgot about that. I'll come back to that, actually. I've got to do a quick 30-second update. Whew, good job that I was here when...
I would have done it for you, Kevin, no problem.
I know you would have done. And probably a lot better as well. Abbas will continue from the hotel end. Still the scoreboard away to our right. He's not woken up yet from being switched off yesterday. I don't know if there's a problem there or something. But at least the one on the left, which is, as we look towards the nursery ground, is working. Abbas bowls outside the off stump, and Landerby will quite happily leave those. Certainly for a while. Whether or not he decides to have a little go if he's still batting later on this afternoon, we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, you don't mind leaving those alone at all. No, Abbas not quite in that groove yet. As I say, I think he's still warming up. I think he's still feeling cold. Here's that update. Here's Abbas again then. Yeah, we've had just over half an hour's play this morning, and there's Abbas nearly took the first wicket of the morning. A bouncer to Lammerby, who almost edged it as it went through to keeper Ben Brown. Yes, at the moment, Hampshire looking for 10 Somerset wickets to win this game. Haven't taken one yet. Abbas and Abbott opening up this morning. Somerset have taken their second innings on from 15 without loss to 25 without loss. They still are well behind Hampshire by 223 runs. But Hampshire at the moment not finding it easy to take wickets.
No. Wasn't a good shot that from Tom Lammonby, especially with 2 men back on the hook.
I'll just do the rest of this over as Abbas bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Well, there's been 2 examples already this morning of short balls to Lammonby, and it hasn't really dealt particularly well with either. And I would suggest that that might be something that Hampshire should take note of.
Well, I think they have taken note of, hence the deep backward square leg and the long leg. Keith Barker out there waiting expectantly.
Yes, he's got to be a little bit careful as Mr. Lammerby on that one. Other than that, coming forward and being defensive, absolutely fine, looks solid. Round the wicket, Abbas again. Comes in and bowls. It's a length ball, it's outside the off stump. Again, a little bit too wide. The left-hander doesn't have to play. So far, so good for Somerset this morning. Almost 35 minutes of play this morning. They haven't lost a wicket. They had 6 overs last night, and they didn't. And it's all about trying to keep as many wickets intact and just tick off those runs and try and get in front at the very least. They should do, I think, with the conditions that we're seeing at the moment. Definitely the ball is not nipping around as much as it did on the first morning. He didn't nip around loads then. That's Fuller. That's driven up to mid-on.
Missed out there. It was just over-pitched that from Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah.
Not quite timed by Lammonby.
Now, Abbas isn't really a bowler that bowls bounces. He's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination. I think for him to even bowl the odd one here and there, it's not something he really does. He just relies on pitching it up and wobbling it off the seam and that. So even if he's to bowl one and over, that's probably more than I normally see him do. He's bowled one already this over. As he comes in again and bowls. So it's come back a fraction, but it's wide of off stump. Left alone by Lammonby. 25 without loss. Anthony Gibson will carry on. Gemma Green will come in, but I'll leave you with this thought. Leon Bumbiris tweeted earlier, on the question of BBC commentators, who we spoke about earlier, who do you think is the most biased? I'll leave you that with it.
No, there's no contest there. It's the great Don Topley, for whom Essex can do no wrong. But yeah, good old Don. He'll be down at Taunton next weekend. I expect this time next week I'll be working with him, because I think he's doing the Saturday and the Sunday. But welcome, Gemma.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been listening to you for the last couple of days, so put a face to that name.
Right, we've got Kyle Abbott. I'll get Gemma's thoughts on play so far today in just a moment. Abbott's in and bowls to Green, who defends into the offside. Some determined resistance being put up by these two opening batsmen.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit of pressure not to be too biased after that email in from Tim. But yeah, I think Somerset have got to take a little bit of joy, I guess, in the fact that the position they're in, they can't change the past, but the batting conditions have got better. The pitch has flattened out, and there's no overcast as of yet.
Here's Abbott in and bowls to Green, who drives, doesn't time it at all, comes off the inside half of the bat up to mid-on.
So yeah, if they can't have the rain breaks that they would so much desire right now, the next best thing is to have the good weather and the good batting conditions.
Well, we escaped some very, very heavy squally showers yesterday afternoon. They just passed to the south of us. Must have been very wet in Southampton, but the rain held off, which meant that we got a full day's play. We've had 2 full days' play, in fact. Is Abbott to Green, drives away through the offside. Nice shot. It's being chased towards the deep extra cover boundary, but the ball wins the race. 4 runs. The first boundary of... Is it the first boundary of the morning?
First one of the morning. Yeah.
I think it is, yeah, because the only other boundary was a
ground that didn't quite go.
That's right,
there?
yeah. So Ben Green will feel a bit better for that. He moves on to 13.29 without loss. For the benefit of listeners in Somerset, tell us a little bit about yourself and your cricketing career after this ball from Abbott to Green, who defends, and there's no run.
I'm a current club teammate of Charlotte Taylor and Emily Windsor, who Emily Windsor is obviously quite a common feature on here over the last few years, and Charlotte Taylor you had on day one. We all play club cricket at Hursley Park. I'm a generation beyond both of them. They've obviously both done very well with their professional contracts in the last couple of years, but I played for Hampshire in the late 90s,
right?
But still very much involved at Hursley Park.
Batter or bowler?
I was an off spinner back in those days.
Is Abbott in and bowls? Oh, and there's an appeal for a catch behind that didn't have much conviction about it. I think that was Ben Brown, almost a celebration of a really good delivery from Kyle Abbott that beat Ben Green's outside edge, and he goes down and gives the pitch a prod. Are you still playing club cricket?
Still playing club cricket. I'm a wicket-keeper these days. But yeah, we've got a good setup at Hursley, and we're putting out a third 11 for the women for the first time this season. Yeah. So yeah, we're moving forward all the time.
Excellent. And do you think the 100's given women's cricket a boost? A lot of people have been suggesting it may have done. Come back to that after this from Kyle Abbott. In and bowls, and Green defends.
What's happened in the whole women's game over the last few years has been phenomenal for the game, absolutely. You've got players now at the club, especially when you have players like Emily Windsor and Charlotte Taylor that our juniors can see have, sort of out of nowhere, especially for Charlotte Taylor, who wasn't involved originally, and got a very late call up into the Vipers and did very well. It's given those youngsters, those talented youngsters, something tangible to see. It's not just the England team on the TV that's a sort of a long pipe dream for many people. it's something tangible, something local that they can actually start making a career out of this. And yeah, it's done absolutely wonders. The 100 was fantastic last year, and as was the World Cup last month. It's one of the best sporting tournaments I've seen in a while. It was an excellent display. Abbott coming in round the wicket, well short, and something came off Lammonby's helmet. Then I think it was a short ball he tried to pull. He didn't get much on it, but I think those the back bits of the helmet that they wear to protect the top of the neck, I think that flew off. For the minute, I thought it was the bails, but no, something's come off the helmet. So I don't know if that need to be replaced or.
I expect he will need to be given a new helmet. It's the third time that Lammonby has tried to play that hook shot this morning. Once to Abbott when he sort of half pulled out of it, and then he's made a complete mess of the last 2 attempted hook shots to Mohamed Abbas.
And that's only going to inspire Hampshire to throw a few more down at him. But yeah, out comes some replacement helmets now. I wouldn't have thought it would have been a concussion check. It didn't hit them on the head, did it? Sort of. I don't know. They'll probably check.
Yeah. Yes, I think he's been given the the assessment. But he obviously wants to keep the scoreboard moving. They don't want to become completely becalmed. It's been slow going this morning. They've just added the 15 runs in 40 minutes in the course of just over 10 overs. That was the first ball of the 11th over.
But assuming there's going to be an opportunity for 2 full days play, Somerset are just going to be seeing this off in not even sessions, probably half hours, hours, whatever. However they work to just make sure they tick off those sessions and get themselves back into this game in any way they can. I think from very much sort of yesterday tea time, Somerset would have been expecting to lose and hoping to draw. But now
I think in their heart of hearts they probably would. Yeah. They certainly wouldn't admit that.
No, but the longer they bat today without losing a wicket, the more they creep towards that draw becoming a possibility.
Yeah, I mean Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, did say last night that they hadn't played very well in the first couple of days. Didn't bat very well on the first day. And they didn't bowl particularly well on the first afternoon either. When first afternoon evening.
I think they should be taking a little bit comfort now, though, because I know you've mentioned about all the people that have been missing. Obviously, 8-9 potential players for this game. But from the team that beat Hampshire by 10 wickets last year, they are missing the bowlers that did the damage in that game.
Absolutely.
Overton, Gregory and
Josh Davey.
But they have the batters, Allsop and Hildreth, and to name a couple of the sort of leading run scorers for Somerset last year. They have got those in the side today, so the batting isn't as highly affected.
No, it's not.
And that's what they're doing right now as Abbas comes in over the wicket and bowls, and that's just pushed forward into the offside for no run by Ben Green.
Well, the potential head injury assessment has given Tom Lammonby the all clear. I must say, he didn't look as if he was in any. It wasn't the sort of blow that would cause concussion.
No, it looked more like a flick, didn't it? Sort of flicked something, rather than a full-on helmet collision. So Abbas coming in once again. That was ball straight down the leg side, and Ben Green's able just to turn that behind square on the leg side for 2 runs, an easy 2. Keep the scoreboard ticking over. Score is currently 30 without loss for Somerset.
Yeah, they've doubled their overnight tally. It's taken them some time to do it, but as Gemma was saying, time is not an issue for Somerset. They've just got to bat and bat and bat. And if the end result of that is that they can put Hampshire under pressure in the 4th innings, then so be it.
Green on strike again to Abbas, and that's good line and length just outside off, and Ben Green offers no shot to that. I must say, I like Ben Green's leave a little bit more than Lammonby's. His worries me. He sort of comes out the ball and leaves it.
He does. I think, well, I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it, but I think he's very conscious of moving his feet, Tom Lammonby, and he doesn't like to be trapped in the crease. But as you say, it's quite an exaggerated movement when he leaves it.
Abbott. Catches and wickets, wasn't it?
He took a couple of catches, one of them a very good catch at leg slip to get rid of Ian Holland, and his career best bowling figures, 3 for 31. Not that he had a great deal to beat, because he'd only taken 1 wicket previously in first class cricket. 1 for 8 was his previous best.
Good time at the start of
he
your career
bowled well
to keep bringing out those personal bests.
Yeah, he bowled a good full length and got his rewards.
Abbott charging in again, comes in and bowls. Again, that's just a disciplined line and length ball, and once again Ben Green lifts the bat and offers no shot. And that looks like the over's complete. The scoreboard, yep, it's updated. That's the end of the over, and Somerset are 32 without loss. Ben Green's on 15 and Lammonby on 17.
Tim Limback on Twitter saying he's surprised that Ben Folkes wasn't subject to the ECB rest policy. Well, Folkes obviously is a wicketkeeper batsman. I think it's the bowlers that the ECB are more concerned about. Although it does seem strange that even when Somerset are as depleted as they are, and a sort of last-minute appeal was sent to the ECB, please can we play Craig Overton and Jack Leach, because half of our cricketers are ill or injured, and still the answer was a dusty one. And I think that's the... not all of the batsmen have been released to play. Zach Crawley has. Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Keith Barker into the attack. That's turned into the onside. There'll be 2 probably here for Lammonby, as Felix Organ puts in the slide, sends in the return. 2 runs go on the scoreboard, 34 without loss.
It's very much a blessing and a curse, isn't it, as a county, when you've got, whether it's England contracted players or England regulars. Obviously when you've got them, you've got some of the best players in the country in your side, but you're without them so often.
Yes, we have very mixed feelings about the interest that there is in Tom Abel as a potential England batsman, even a potential England captain. This is again almost identical delivery and identical shot, although it'll be Abbas who does the fielding this time, as that went behind square rather than in front of square, but 2 runs is again the result.
I think the most frustrating thing is when, not necessarily when they're off playing for England, doing their job, getting runs, getting wickets, but the ones that are benched a lot. Yeah. That's when the frustration kicks in, when they're not actually getting any cricket out in the middle. Well,
that was Jack Leach and Craig Overton last season. And of course poor old Craig out in Australia for the whole winter and didn't get a game. Barker bowls, and that's just over the top of the bowler, very nearly a caught and bowled. Just watch the replay on that. Just, I wonder if it's stopped in the pitch a little bit, that one. It was through the shot too early, Tom Lammonby, and it couldn't have been far away from the outstretched left hand of Keith Barker. 36 without loss, Lammonby on 21. As Barker is in and bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Lammonby. Yeah, it's just going back to Tom Abel. I mean, he's obviously still some way away from possibility of England selection, but if he were to be called up, it would leave a big hole in Somerset ranks, because he's such an effective captain.
And it's that double-edged sword, because you want to wish them well, want them to
obviously
go and fulfil their dreams, but as we say, you do lose out as a county.
Is Barker in a bowls to Lammonby, that one bounced on him, and manages to keep it down into the offside. Ian Holland doing the fielding. He's just a little bit edgy at the moment. Lammonby's pacing around even more than he usually does. He looks as if he's on edge. He's talking to himself all the time.
See, Keith Barker's still wearing the short trousers and red socks that he had last season.
Are they his lucky red socks?
They must be. I guess they must be.
Is Barker to Lammonby. Oh, and he gets a thick edge to that, and it goes past the diving third slip down to the boundary. It was in the air. Had there been a fourth slip, that would have been a catch, but
maybe he needs to revise those lucky socks.
It was Scott Curry, the substitute fielder at third slip. He's quite a tall man, so he's got a good reach, but just couldn't quite get across to that.
It looks like we're having another change, a double change at this end, our commentary end, and we've got James Fuller coming into the attack for the first time today. As Mo Abbas and Kyle Abbott have bowled a spell without getting the breakthrough.
Yeah, Abbas 6 overs 3 maidens, none for 8, accurate, but didn't ask too many questions of the batsman.
So James Fuller, who hasn't bowled a lot in this match, I was saying earlier he's been brought in where Brad Wheel was taking that position last year and got quite a few wickets, but I think Fuller's considered as another batting option as well further down the order. So in comes Fuller to Ben Green. That's a short delivery, and that's... Oh, I thought that was taken. That was a short ball. It got big on Ben Green, and he did sort of waft a bat at it, but obviously didn't get anywhere near the ball. Just checking on the replay. Oh, that moved.
It really went, didn't it? I thought he got an edge on it as well. I was waiting for the appeals to go up, but
yeah, that moved away as Ben
movement.
Brown took that quite far to his right, almost in front of first slip. So that's a promising start from James Fuller this morning. As he comes in again, this is a straighter ball, fuller length that Ben just pushes back to the bowler.
Getting lots of encouragement from the wicketkeeper and snips. They're a noisy bunch. Who's gone off then? I bet, is it Kyle? No, Kyle Abbott's there.
Kyle Abbott's there.
Who is the missing man for Hampshire?
Fuller coming in over the wicket to Green. That's a straight ball that's just pushed back once again. Has no problems keeping that out. I can't see who's missing.
Is it Ian Holland?
I can see Vince Dawson. Who's that? Abbas, Abbott, Weatherly, Horgan. So it could be Holland.
Can't actually. I think it's Gubbins at extra cover.
Gubbins at extra cover, so it must be Holland, yeah. Fuller coming in, bowls, and that's a Fuller delivery that's just pushed to mid-off, no run.
It's a Fuller delivery in more ways than one.
Absolutely.
Apologies for that.
Is it me, or do these whites get whiter? The Hampshire whites in
particular.
Look,
I must say, I think the Hampshire players look very smart in their whites.
Fuller coming in past the umpire. That's a full toss that's clipped to leg. There's no cover out there, as you'd expect. So that's going to be a 4 through just in front of square leg.
That is the Fuller Achilles heel. The one bad ball per over. I mean, that was a leg stump full toss, and you can't. You're not going to get away with that at this level of cricket.
No, you've got to keep the bad balls down. So obviously you've got a very attacking field, as you'd imagine, for this situation as Fuller comes in. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge.
That's the other side of the Fuller coin.
Showing the full variety of deliveries. That was a great ball that just nipped away outside the outside edge of Ben Green. He threw to the keeper. That ends the over. Somerset are 44 without loss now. Green's on 19, Lammonby on 25.
And these two opening batsmen doing a good job for Somerset. Just wearing down the bowlers. They've seen off Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas, so we've got second and third change bowlers on for Hampshire. The sun has been obscured by a cloud. It is getting a little bit cloudier than it was first thing this morning when we had almost unblemished blue sky over the Ageas Bowl. It's not particularly warm, particularly when the sun isn't out. It's a rather thin crowd again, probably about as many here today as there were on the first day. As Barker bowls to Lammonby, they take a quick single as he pushes it into the offside, sets off straight away, and that is Ian Holland back on the field. I think I just can't. Can I see Scott Curry?
For the last 8 seasons or so, I've actually been situated in the score box, which is over to the right of the pavilion as we're looking. Yep. So on these county championship days, my view, I don't see all those members there. I just see this part of the ground. So there really is just that sort of one man and his dog.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's actually nice for me to see a crowd of some sort in front of me. Because we hear them when there's a wicket or such, but we don't see them from there.
It's a shame. I mean, that's the trouble with playing county cricket in cricket stadiums like this one. You know, on a smaller ground, the number of spectators would create a bit more atmosphere as that goes through past Ben Green's outside edge to his fellow Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper. We get good crowds at Taunton. Yeah. You know, and even 2,500.
You also get the advantage of the walk-ups at Taunton, don't you?
You do, because it's right in the middle of the town.
We're not on anyone's sort of walking.
Yeah, you've got to make a sort of special effort to get here, haven't you?
Yeah.
Here's Barker coming left arm around the wicket. To Green, takes him on the pad. That looked a bit high to me. Well, there was a big appeal. See what Gemma thinks of this.
Yeah, that looked too
bit
high.
Bit.
That hit him on the inside thigh pad.
Yeah. Optimistic appeal. But they're going to appeal for everything, Hampshire, as they strive to break this obdurate, determined opening partnership. Green waits with his bat raised. 3 slips go down. And turns this into the onside. There'll be a single as it runs down to Mohammed Abbas. 46 without loss. Green moves on to 20. Lammonby on 26.
Yep, other than those couple of short balls that we mentioned where Lammonby was tempted and didn't execute perfectly, they haven't done a lot wrong, these two. They've stuck at it. They're still there, and they have also kept the board ticking over.
Yep, we've got 4 slips now for Lammonby. As Barker bowls, and that's again into the onside, just not keeping quite a consistent line, Keith Barker, at the moment. And another single for Lammonby, who moves on to 27, 47 without loss. No extras yet, which is unusual.
Do they still have the flats down at Taunton?
The retirement flats?
Yes.
Oh, yes, yes, yeah. Oh, yes, yeah.
I know things are constantly changing at grounds, so I've been there for a couple of years.
Well, the next big change at Taunton is going to be the redevelopment of the Ian Botham stand at the river end of the ground. As this is for defensive shot from Ben Green, end of the over, 47 without loss, and that will feature a new media centre. But that won't be ready for until 2024, so somewhere away.
I've got to say my favourite development at Taunton is Brian's house. I'm a cat lover. I have a ginger cat myself. So when I read that article, I thought that was amazing.
Oh, well, when next time you're in Taunton, we'll introduce you to Brian the cat. Yes, he's quite a feature of the Cooper Associates County Ground. But yeah, just going. I mean, if you get a crowd of 2,500 in the county ground, it creates a real atmosphere. It's whereas grounds like this one and Old Trafford and Headingley, less so Headingley.
Fuller's coming round the wicket to Lammonby, and he's driven that through extra cover. That might go all the way. I think there's a chase on. No, it won't. It's pulled up. That will be a couple of runs for Lammonby.
It's 3 hits. That is the 50 partnership.
50 up without loss.
Yep, 50 partnership in 20.1 overs. Well batted, Somerset's 2 opening batsmen. Nice generous round of applause from the crowd sitting at the far end of the ground enjoying the sunshine.
I don't think he timed that shot brilliantly, but the outfield does look quite slow. Has it been?
It's got a little bit quicker. It was pretty sluggish on day one.
Fuller coming in over the wicket now to the right hand of Ben Green, who just pushes that into the offside for no run.
Yes, perhaps one of our Twitter correspondents could tell me how many other times Lammonby and Green have put on 50 for the first wicket. I know they have in the past, but last season, time and time again, Tom Abel was coming in at number 3 in the first half dozen or so overs.
In comes Fuller, and Ben Green leaves that alone, holds the bat high in the air.
They've got through 20. This is the 22nd over, so they've seen most of the shine off the new ball. They've seen off Abbas and Kyle Abbott.
In comes just the 3 slips for Ben Green as Fuller comes in. Oh, that's a good leave. The batsman would say that's a good leave. It left that on length, I think, more than line, because it looked quite close to the off stump. Oh no, length and line. That was a good leave.
It was a good leave, yeah. I don't know quite why Ben Brown was getting quite so excited about it.
Fuller up to the crease and bowls. That's that's gone. I think that's middle stump out the ground, and that is the breakthrough Hampshire have been plugging away to get all morning. So Ben Green has been bowled by James Fuller for 20, a very valiant 20, but the middle stump is out the ground, and Somerset lose their first wicket of the day and of this innings.
Yeah, full length delivery, swinging into Ben Green, who went for the drive, missed it and lost his middle stump, ripped out of the ground, and it was actually very similar to a couple of deliveries, to a couple of wickets that Green himself took yesterday afternoon. Felix Organ and Kyle Abbott, both of whom bowled by Green with a full length swinging delivery.
Yeah, he just played down, like you say, it did swing, but he just played down completely the wrong line there. Yep. It went inside bat and pads and took that middle stump clean out the ground. Yeah,
wonderful sight for a bowler.
Wonderful sight for a Hampshire fan if there were one up here. But, and we're all non-biased, so.
A chance to make a double change, I think. Kevin James is looking expectantly, and Stan Morisa is going to come in for me. So we'll do it in relays. So once Kevin is plugged in, then I will plug out. There we go.
Thank you, Anthony. And, well, just over an hour's play this morning. The Somerset opening batters showing some fight. Hampshire having to be patient. And finally the breakthrough has been made. So, yeah, I'm Kevin James. And next to me, a man who's played, or formerly played some first-class cricket in Zimbabwe, now plays some club cricket in the north of Hampshire. Stanley Morisa, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks Kevin, really good. And yeah, pleased to be here, and yeah, looking at the picturesque Hampshire, or the Ageas Bowl, shall I say.
Certainly is with the sunshine out. Here's Fuller then, he's bowling to the new batter, and that's immediately clipped away behind square on the leg side for 4 runs. The new man, I think Anthony might have mentioned, Tom Abel, thank you very much. Yes, I should have known the way he clipped it away on his legs, and he's off the mark straight away. I should have known. It was none other than the Somerset captain. So he's on 430 to Tom Lammonby. That's come off 61 balls. He's slightly quicker, Lammonby, than he was in the first innings when his 11 took 62 balls. But he's been defending pretty stoically. So Stanley, first time he's been on commentary, first time that he's done this, and it'll be fun. We'll just chat and we'll just have a bit of fun here. Stan, what have you made of the first hour that you've been watching?
Yeah, no, really excited, and yeah, I think it was a attritional hour as Keith Barker comes in. Sorry.
Yeah, comes in left arm over from that pavilion end, and Lammonby pushing forward. It goes out on the offside.
Yeah, I think you know, it was going to be a big morning for Somerset, and they would have been sort of keen to get off to a reasonable start with, you know, nothing untoward happening, and I think they dealt with that first hour quite well. Mohammed Abbas was good, bowled some decent lines and lengths, and Kyle Abbott was very testing towards Tom Lammonby as well from that round the wicket line. Yeah, but all in all, a decent first hour, I would say.
Certainly was. We're into the second hour before lunch as Barker bowls thick outside edge. It goes along the ground out to point. Just pushing at that one a little bit was Tom Lammonby, fielded by Ian Holland out there. You picked the best day weather-wise, Stan?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it does look like it, Kevin. Yeah, judging by what I heard from yourselves and a few of the others, it was a bit blustery for the.
Here's Barker again then. 4 slips. Comes in. Lammonby gets a length ball, which he pushes out towards extra cover. Do you watch a bit of Hampshire? Do you watch a bit of county cricket generally?
I do when I can. Obviously when time allows. Obviously with work and playing cricket myself during over the weekends, you know, it's sometimes a little bit difficult. But yeah, I do keep an eye on things, and yeah. As a Hampshire boy myself, I guess, living in the county, it's nice to keep an eye and see how the boys are doing.
Yeah, here's Barker again then, over the wicket, and Lammonby gets one that's on middle and leg. He just turns that straight to mid-wicket, fielded by Felix Organ. The score remains on 54 for 1 here at Somerset in their second innings. Still quite a long way behind, 194 runs, but they are chipping away, having started the day 233 runs behind. I mentioned that you played a bit of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe.
I did, yeah, I did. Touch on that in a second when the next ball, Keith Barker comes in.
Yeah, as Lammonby faces again and just waits on that one and just pushes it out square on the offside.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I was born and raised in Zimbabwe. I was fortunate enough to play a lot of age group cricket for Zimbabwe up to under 19 level. Played a couple of under 19 World Cups myself. And then actually at the time when I was sort of progressing from, I guess, from what you would be from your under 19 to your first class level, it was around the time when there was the mass exodus of players in Zimbabwe. You might remember that.
Yes, I do. Yep. Here comes Barker again. Lammonby drives up towards extra cover. That'll be the end of the over. Barker's completed 6 overs, none for 15, and that is a maiden, 3 maidens out of the 6 overs that he's bowled. Somerset 54 for 1.
Yeah, so as I was saying, there was that mass exodus of players from Zimbabwe due to all the situation that was going on at the time. I was sort of just finished school, or just finished my under 19 career, and then I guess decided that I wasn't quite ready to be fast-tracked into sort of the national side and that sort of things, which was what was happening, because I guess a lot of the players had gone. So the transition was, the gaps were being filled by the under 19 players and the ones that had stayed. Yeah. So I decided to, I guess, do a couple of years as an overseas player in England. So that's where, yeah.
Okay. Here's Fuller then, the wicket taker this morning. Length ball, and Abel pushes forward, plays it back to the bowler.
Yeah, so I ended up being affiliated with Cove Cricket Club, which is the club I'm still playing for now. So yeah, I mean, you know, if I had stayed, I probably would have gone on hopefully to some sort of higher honours, but at the same time, you know, I guess started a new life here, and yeah, met a lot of people along the way, and I guess here we are.
And for those that are not familiar where Cove Cricket Club is, where is that sort of situated?
It's North Hampshire, so it would be in a place called Farnborough.
Yeah.
Quite famous for the airport, I guess.
That's right, yeah, we know Farnborough. Fuller bowls, that's good carry off a length, but well left by Abel.
Yeah, very good carry, and I think, yeah, James Fuller's actually looked like, well, I guess the most threatening bowler so far this morning. He's bowled a decent length, I think that's the key, and he's, I guess, shaped the ball out a bit, and yeah, caused a few problems, and been the sole wicket taker so far. So far so good for him.
And he's a bit quicker than the others.
He is, yeah. He offers a little bit of pace, which is good, and I think that's kind of what you need on this pitch, which looks like it's got a little bit in it. But I think, like we said, you have to put the ball in there.
You certainly do. Here he is again then, bowls to Abel. Abel just nudges that away in the covers. Another accurate delivery from James Fuller. You always worry a little bit from a Hampshire point of view about James Fuller. He's got the pace, certainly got the talent, we know that, but he's been to a few clubs around the place, Middlesex before this, and of course Gloucestershire before that, and he's played at other various clubs around the world and what have you. But you know, I think the one thing, the accuracy, I don't think is always a word that you associate with Fuller.
No.
But just keeps it tight here and could make things happen. That's a short delivery over the head of Abel, who didn't have to duck down very low to that one. But not high enough that it's called a wide. But
and I think, as you say though, it's not bad to have a player like him, because I think he's got a little bit about him, and if he's coming into an attack which seems obviously like you got control with Kyle Abbott, Mo Abbas and Keith Barker, to have that, I guess, someone that offers a little bit something different. You know, he looks like a genuine wicket taker, so someone you could put on for a couple of overs and hopefully he can get you a breakthrough, which is what he's done this morning so far. So
certainly has. In again then to Abel, slightly fuller this time as it's driven out towards Kyle Abbott at mid-on. Every side needs one, doesn't they? You know, it's fine to have good seamers, which Hampshire have, and you know, a lot of sides around the country have, but if you've got somebody just that little bit quicker that offers you something different, you kind of need that, don't you?
Yeah, you do, definitely. And I felt like it was quite easy for the Hampshire batters, almost because they were all the same, so there was no variety in the attack, and it made it quite easy, I guess, for the batsman.
Again, wrapped on the pad there, Abel, and he's gone. Played slightly across that one, Tom Abel, and Fuller's done it again and gets congratulations for virtually all of his teammates. The ones that are near the boundary are making a real effort to come up to James Fuller, and he's made the second breakthrough of the morning. Abel has gone LBW for 4, and Somerset, who at one stage this morning were 50 without loss, have lost 2 wickets for 4 runs.
Yeah, no, really, really good again from James Fuller. Looks like Tom Abel actually walked across the stumps a little bit there and played around what looks like a straight one. That definitely looks like it was crashing into leg stump. Yeah, definitely a good decision from the umpire, and quite an easy decision in the end. But yeah, that's that would be 2 failures, unfortunately, for Tom Abel in this game. Would it be, Kevin?
He, in the first innings, he made 1.
Yeah, he didn't get too many in the first innings. So yeah, I mean, impressive stuff from James Fuller. He's come in and done a job for his captain, and I think that's what, I guess, Hampshire would have been looking for after that quiet first hour, should I say. They needed something to get this whole situation going, so they'll be really pleased with that.
Certainly, and very noticeable how virtually all the Hampshire, in fact all the Hampshire fielders, didn't they? They rushed over to him and congratulated him. I'm not saying that doesn't normally happen, but as we were saying earlier, and sort of in prior, even to this day, that you know, Fuller in the side at the expense of Brad Wheel, who was a very steady bowler last year and had a very good season. Fuller in because he's bowled really well pre-season, and you kind of, as we were saying, you want him in the side because he's a little bit quicker than the others, and because of that, well, he's picked up 2 wickets where the others at the moment have struggled to make a real impact, haven't they? Yeah,
definitely. And I guess he provides that all-round performance as well, doesn't he? He does bat a bit, so he gives you a bit of power hitting towards the lower to middle order. So, I I mean, he's an all-round good cricketer.
Yeah, that's for sure. The new batter is James Hildreth, who made a very fine 70 in the first innings, and he will be another batter that Hampshire will have to bowl well at to dislodge him. So he comes in to join Lammonby, and Barker will bowl the next over. That was a wicket maiden, by the way, from James Fuller. And here's Barker to Lammonby. Length ball which is pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. Martin has tweeted at Solent Sport. Keep those coming in, solentcricket@gmail.com. I've got some emails which I must read out as well. This one says, good morning from Holland. I used to go to school at Cove County Secondary School.
Oh.
Yeah, do you know that? Yeah,
yeah, I do.
At Farnborough.
Yeah.
Be pushing well forward there, gets a big stride in as that goes to the man on the, almost catching on the drive there straight, and that's Ian Holland. So thank you very much for that one, Martin. That's made Stan feel very much at home.
It looks like they brought in that short catching mid-off, hasn't it, Kevin? Like I think a couple of times Tom Lammonby's pushed towards down the ground and it's gone aerial, so I think they're trying to block that gap and potentially have a catching opportunity there.
That's for sure. Here's Barker. He's got 3 slips into the left-hander. Lammonby drives through the gap between short mid-wicket and mid-on. Abbott will pick that up. I think that's Abbott. Maybe it's not, actually. Is it?
Does look like it.
Yeah, it looks like he's a long way away in the distance. But 2 to Lammonby takes him on to 32 now, and Somerset in their second innings, 56 for 2, but still trail by 192. If you've got any other Cove facts to make Stan even more at home, then at Solent Sport or solentcricket@gmail.com, and we'll read those out throughout the day. Stanley is with us all day, and well, the plan is to have him around a lot more as the season goes on. Here's Barker. Lammonby gets another length ball, which he's happy to just push with a straight back up towards mid-on. Does Lammonby play like you when you play, or are you more, oh gosh, who shall I say? James Vince. So.
Well, I mean, I'm left-handed as well, so that's exciting. We are similar in that respect. He looks a bit more, I guess, imposing at the crease. He looks like he does like to come forward, and he looks like he plays quite well down the ground.
Are you not a front foot player then, mainly? Here's Barker. Lammonby again covers up, plays it out on the offside.
I do like the front foot. I do. Yeah. Like most left-handers, I guess we like a drive and a like. Are you left-handed yourself?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. So I guess I like a cut shot, anything wide of the wicket. So but I mean, I think Tom Lammonby's actually been quite impressive this morning. He had to handle a pretty decent spell from Kyle Abbott round the wicket, who asked him a lot of questions. So he's done well. Yeah.
Right, I must read out a couple of emails because I'm getting a little bit behind on those. Oh my word, that's a good leave, and that's come back. And I wouldn't say shaved the off stump, but it was pretty close. That was a similar delivery that got rid of Steve Davis in the first innings, where he didn't offer a shot, but not quite as straight. But that come back, isn't it? Ben Brown's moving smartly to his right. 56 for 2. Right, let me read a couple of emails. This has come from Roger Arthur. Apologies if you're not still on the M74, Roger. solentcricket@gmail.com is the email to get in touch with us all day. Good morning, he says. It's only been 2 and a bit days, and already the commentary's good. Thank you, it's very kind of you. I made it to the last couple of hours on Thursday, that was the first day, and was listening and watching yesterday. Today is a bit difficult at the moment as I'm on the M74 heading towards Celtic Park to watch us play St Johnstone. That's a big match of the day, that one. No one else in the minibus likes cricket. It was really nice meeting your good self and Lawrence at Liverpool last year. Yes, I remember. Really disappointed not to win the league. We both agreed that we should have brought Mason Crane on before they were 50 odd for none. Keep up the great work, says Roger Arthur. Thank you, Roger. Yes. Still a debate going on about whether Mason Crane should have come on earlier in that game at Ageas at the end of last season. In fact, in the BBC Radio Silent Forum last week, I think it was, I asked James Vince that question. We had a bit of fun with it anyway. Here's Fuller from our commentary end, bowling to Hildreth. Hildreth works that on the onside, where there's quite a big gap from mid-on in front of square, round to behind square. So Hildreth has jogged through for a single. He moves on to 157 for 2, trail by 191.
I feel like it's a big partnership here for Somerset. I think this is a crucial part of this this game and this day. If these two can bat well, probably I guess two of maybe their stronger batters. So they'll be looking for something big from these two just to get things going again. You know, and just not. What you don't want to do is lose a few wickets in a flurry and cause panic amongst the guys in the dressing room. So if they can see this through till lunch, they'll be really happy with that. And yeah, I guess Hampshire will know how big the next wicket is. If they can get Hildreth out, then they'll feel like they're right in amongst it.
Yeah. I think that first hour would have given Somerset a lot of confidence, and then rocked by 2 wickets in less than 10 minutes. It's flicked down the leg side as he edged it. They think so, and he's gone. Neil Bateson has his finger up, and Fuller has done it again. Tom Lammonby, who, like in the first innings, looked rock solid, has just flicked at one down the leg side, and it's gone through to Ben Brown, and he goes for 32. And Somerset, who were 50 without loss, are now 57 for 3.
Amazing stuff from James Fuller. Really, really good. A bit of a strangle down the leg side, but you know, you take them whatever way they come. And like we said, you know, we thought, I felt that this was going to be a big partnership. If they could break this partnership, and I think, yeah, what you're going to find now is that Hampshire will feel like they're really in control, and you know, there's a bounce to this step, and yeah, it's going to be hard work for Somerset now.
Certainly is. 50 without loss, 57 for 3, and 3 wickets for James Fuller, and those 3 wickets taken in the space of less than 20 minutes, and has totally changed the complexion of this morning's session, isn't it? The first hour, you thought, well, we're in for the long haul here, not moving around as much. The Somerset batters look well set and providing a good base for the ones coming in later on. And now all of a sudden, it looks totally different.
Yeah, we did. We said it looked, you know, it looked like it was flattening out, but I think what James Fuller's come and done, he's actually come and bowled with some good pace, and I think that's what's made the difference. He's sort of rushed the bowlers a bit. I always felt there was something still in the pitch. There was still a little bit of movement, but I guess, you know, he's definitely come in and exploited that, and yeah, he's been outstanding. What you always look at, you always try and add 2 wickets to the score at any point. Obviously, we've got the 3 now, which is just really, really good. So yeah, I think, you know, they just wanted that breakthrough, and obviously, like they say, 1 brings 2, and I guess it brings 3 in this instance. So yeah, really good.
The new batter for Somerset is Lewis Goldsworthy, who would have been watching the first hour thinking, I don't think I'll be batting before lunch.
He might not have had his pads on, I don't think.
Probably not. Fuller was just about to bowl then, and there was some movement in the field, so he's going to have to go back. But Fuller has figures of 3 for 12 at the moment, and he's into his 4th over. You talk about players changing complexions of not just games, but I mean sessions. He's certainly done that. Here he is then, right arm over, bowls to Goldsworthy, who pulls the bat inside as the ball flies through to Ben Brown. He's got his tail up here as James Fuller. And you're right, Stan, and we were saying it off air, that, you know, a wicket might look a certain way to bowlers bowling the same pace, but when somebody comes who bowls just that little bit different, all of a sudden there is a bit more movement. Yeah, there is a bit more bounce, and there is a bit more carry through to the keeper.
Yeah, things just seem to happen a little bit more when there's a bit more pace into it. Yeah. And yeah, he's done really well, and James Vince will be really pleased with that.
He certainly will. He's running away from us here for the bowls to Goldsworthy. Goldsworthy on the back foot, just pushes that out behind square on the offside, but the Hampshire fielders getting excited here, feel that something else is going to happen pretty soon. And Fuller's certainly making it happen. Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says James Fuller has actually been copying some flack throughout the commentary, just saying. Well, I don't think we're saying anything that you know, isn't already known, and you know, he's been somebody that has been a bit of a luxury in the side when he's played, but we all know he's got the talent. That's a good ball, which is pushed into the ground, but bounces just in front of short leg. Played it well, did Goldsworthy, but it was equally a good delivery. Things have changed since Anthony Gibson's been downstairs getting warm. I thought actually you might have stayed down there, Anthony. Might not have come back up. Totally different second hour to the first hour. This email from Mr. Rabson. SolentCricket@gmail.com. Come to that after this delivery from Fuller outside the off stump, and that keeps a little bit low as it goes through to Ben Brown. 57 for 3. Somerset trail by 191, and Fuller has the excellent figures of 3 for 12. He says, thanks once again for providing excellent commentary and opinion to all via the live stream and of course online as well. Can't make the Ageas Bowl today, but hopefully can get there tomorrow if Hampshire haven't won by then. Well, I still think we're coming back tomorrow. What do you reckon, Stan? You're not so sure now?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think if you'd asked me this question maybe half an hour ago, I probably would have said yes, but I just feel like I feel like Hampshire have got, you know, they've got the wind behind their sails at the moment, and you know I think what I guess what Somerset will need to do is just again try and play the situation and try and I guess wrestle back some sort of initiative, and maybe just keep the bowlers quiet. It's obviously been a tough few days for them, obviously in the build-up, losing a few of their players.
Yeah. Definitely, that doesn't help. We have to always remember that. It's a length ball, which Hildreth looks quite late on playing on that one, although in the end he works it up towards mid-on. I think he might have been surprised with the ball just coming back into him on the angle a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and like we say, it's like I said, it's been a tough couple of days for the Somerset team.
Yeah.
But they'll be disappointed in how they've gone. I think they just haven't managed to win enough sessions. If they've won any sessions at all in this game, I don't think they have.
No, right, you can't keep doing that, can you, as the game goes through its phases. Outside the off stump, Hildreth leaves alone. But yeah, James Hildreth has the pedigree. We know that.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to point that out too much to the Somerset fans. I did him a disservice in the first innings. I said 70 odd. He actually got 87 off 129 balls. And apart from his first sort of 5 or 10 minutes where he looked a little bit out of sorts, he grew into his innings. And through that innings, I mean, he looked very comfortable. And I think Somerset will be hoping that is the case here again. Although he plays and misses outside the off stump there, ball just holding it.
More or less what you said, isn't it? Yeah.
Early on, isn't he? Just a little bit early on. He is.
And like any batsman, I mean, you know, you're most vulnerable right at the beginning of your innings. So if you can get through that little phase, which is what he did in the first innings, you can then, I guess, get into your work. But he just needs someone to stay with him. And I think, you know, by all accounts, from what I heard from Anthony earlier in the commentary in the week, Lewis Goldsworthy seems like he's a decent player. So if he can hang around as well with him. Yep.
Steve Davis to come as well, of course, as Hildreth works that away behind square on the leg side. We'll pick up one. Fuller comes round from mid-on and does a little bit of a twirl as he picks the ball up one-handed. I think that was a little bit risky, but he got away with it. Throws the ball at the bowler's end. Yes, Goldsworthy in the first innings. Who's Goldsworthy? Only made 4. He'll be W to Mo Abbas. He'll be looking to make up for that in the second.
Definitely.
Steve Davis, of course, shouldering arms to a ball that nipped back from the man we're watching bowl now, from that pavilion end, in the sunshine. Left arm round the wicket is Barker, and that's just come back a fraction at Hildreth, but he turns it away. Again down to Fuller, who's quite square at fine leg. Somerset move on to 60 for 3.
In a way, Kevin, it's not a bad situation for the batsman at the crease and the batsman to come, because the state of the game is not, you know, they're not expected to get a positive result from here, but what they can do is they can actually come in and do something for themselves and try and get some scores behind, you know, and try and get some confidence for the season ahead. You know, it's still, whatever happens, it's still an opportunity. Obviously, the game itself is looking like as we can see it's going one way, but there's still an opportunity to knuckle down and get yourself some runs.
Definitely. An early season, it's important, isn't it, as Barker bowls. And Goldsworthy's in behind that, pushes that back to the bowler. Barker's bowled 8 overs now, none for 20, picked up 3 in the first innings. Somerset are 60 for 3 in their second innings, and if my eyes don't deceive me, I think they're about 188 runs behind, is it?
Yeah, looks like it.
Something like that. So do one more over with us, Stanley, and then Anthony will come in, if that's all right.
Absolutely fine.
Does that sound good? And then Stan will be with us again this afternoon. Just approaching 12:30 here at the Ageas Bowl. Somerset starting the day in their second innings, 15 without loss. The first hour went well for them. Lammonby and Ben Green battling away, but the wickets have fallen to this man from midday onwards, 3 of them, and here he is full of bowls, and that's a length ball to Hildreth, who's on the back foot there actually. In fact, no foot movement at all as he steers that up to mid-off.
Yeah, and then that's quite a dangerous ploy at the moment with the way James Fuller has been bowling. I think you just have to kind of, okay, I guess that might be that extra pace that we're talking about, just maybe not quite getting his feet moving in the way that he would want them to, but no harm done. So he faces up again.
Yeah. That's that extra bit of pace, isn't it, that just makes players play slightly different. Albie Somerset has tweeted at Somerset. I have no control on this, by the way, Albie, but I will mention it because, of course, we're on the live stream and it will be heard. Outside the leg stump, goes down the leg side to Ben Brown. Albie says, can someone please adjust the camera at Keith Barker's end, please, because it looks like he's bowling on the side of a hill. Actually, yes, it does a bit, actually. I'm just looking at the camera. It does look slightly.
Oh yeah,
looks like they're playing at Lord's.
Yeah, it does.
Actually, you look at one end and they're playing at the Ageas Bowl. Look at the other end and think, oh, actually, I know this game's at Lord's. I'm sure somebody will sort that out for you.
It's a beautiful ground though out here, isn't it? It looks like it's in good condition at the moment.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
Really.
Very green. Here comes Fuller and bowls a length ball, which Hildreth just tucks away behind square on the leg side. There is a man out deep. In fact, there's 2 men out deep. One of those is Felix Organ, who throws it into Ben Brown. And Somerset move on to 61 for 3. There was another tweet earlier, actually, which I read that one out only because, oh yeah, Joe's on the ground at Solent Sports. It says, thank you, James Fuller, for giving us several reasons to applaud, and it helps warm the hands.
It does.
That's a good reason.
Yeah, it's the crowd seemed to have come in, and it's definitely picked up, and I think that James Fuller spell, this spell he's in at the moment, has sort of woken everyone up and got everyone going, which is good.
Yes, it has. Here he is again then, comes in and bowls, that's flicked away down towards fine leg by Goldsworthy this time. Another single. And the total moves on to 62 for 3. Just read out a couple of more emails before I... at gmail.com. He says, I'm surprised Tom Prest isn't playing in this game, given the success he had in the West Indies. Another star from the tournament was... oh God, Dewald Brevis, I hope I've got that right. And it's quite impressive that he's playing in the IPL at only 18 years of age. Wow.
Yeah.
All that money at 18, eh?
Wow.
Lucky man. Next ball to Hildreth, plays that back to the bowler. What are your opinions on Hampshire's approach to giving younger players, i.e. 16 to 21 years of age, opportunities? Do you also think the 50-over tournament now gives them more opportunity as counties are more depleted due to the 100? Stan?
Possible. You know, in my eyes, I think if a young player is good enough, and he has to get given the chance, and yeah, but I guess the only way they can get that experience is by getting the game time. As James Fuller comes in.
Flicked away. Fuller this time on leg stump, and that's hit away through mid-wicket by James Hildreth. He doesn't miss out on deliveries like that. Leg stump half volley. We all like those.
Yeah, really good again. The balance is really good then. He's just clipped that off his pad, and there is a man back there, but he's hitting far enough in front of square to get the boundary. So yeah, he's done really well there.
That's for sure. Stan, thank you very much.
Amazing.
End of your first stint. Great debut from Stan Mariza. We love Stan. We will hear more from him this afternoon. Got to push that in there like that, and that comes out, and then those in there like that. So I'm still showing them the technicals because he's still quite new at this, but then you would have known in the last 25 minutes or so. Thank you very much, Stan. Yeah, just to add to what Stan was saying, Sam, definitely the 50-over competition, the way it is now, more players on the fringe are getting opportunities. So I think, in a way, I know a lot of people saying, oh, the 50 overs devalued and it's not great, but it is actually giving players a chance. As regards Tom Prest, I think at the moment he just doesn't get in Hampshire's strongest 11, and that's all it is. But of course it's a 6-month season. Players get injured, players become unavailable for whatever reason, i.e. what's happening at Somerset at the moment. So he will get his chance. Anthony Gibson.
Yeah, I was sitting down on the in the terrace down to our left when those 2 wickets fell. Abel LBW and Lamb and B as is driven away up through the offside by Lewis Goldsworthy. Nice shot. Full-blooded off drive. Moves on to 5. 71 for 3. You may have discussed this, Kevin, but I thought the Lammonby dismissal was a ploy, a planned ploy to bowl short down the leg side, judging by the celebrations that ensued.
Just short at him anyway, yeah. Because he hadn't played it very well, had he, earlier?
No. I saw Kyle Abbott was having a word with James Fuller just at the start of that over, and I think that's the plan that they cooked up together.
Yeah, I think you're right. You are right.
This is pushed away into the offside. There should be 2 here. No, they are coming back for a second, and they make it safely enough as Ian Holland does the fielding. 72 for 3.
I think that the thing for Lammonby now is that you don't want to get a reputation for having more problems against a shorter ball than any other ball, because that gets around. That word gets around.
It does. This Abbott in and bowls, and this is driven back nicely again by Goldsworthy. It's going up towards the boundary in front of the pavilion and is brought back. No, it isn't brought back. It's gone for 4 in the end. Who's the fielder out?
It might be Mo Abbas. Hopefully that's warmed him up.
Mo Abbas, yeah.
He might finally be warm.
Wasn't the best piece of fielding I've ever seen. He wasn't. His pursuit wasn't particularly rapid, and he made rather a meal of trying to scoop it back. And 4 runs is the result. Goes with Goldsworthy on to 11. 76 for 3. Abbott bowls to him and gets in behind that. Yeah, it's a strange weakness to have, because he was batting so well. Conventionally, if you like, 2 good length balls. He was defending with his nose over the pitch of the ball, a beautifully straight bat, decisive foot movements. But of all the short balls that were bowled at him, he made a mess of them.
Did, didn't he? I know you said that he's been working on his defence a lot during the winter, and of course, maybe to the detriment of 1 or 2 other areas.
Could be. Here's Abbott to Goldsworthy. Defends up to Abbas at mid-off, and there's no run.
I've got an email here, Mike Vokes, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi Kev, not able to attend today. Listening to the Zimbabwean gent," that's Stanley of course. What a debut from him. James Fuller, the natural replacement to Sean Irvine from Zimbabwe. He was actually born in Cape Town, James Fuller, but in that, let's put this out, he was born in the same continent.
Here's Abbott to Goldsworthy. He's in bowls. Goldsworthy defends. And in fact, he defends rather. It's more than a defence. It's a good, solid push down the ground, and it brings him 2 runs. It wasn't a full-blooded drive by any means, just a firm push up past mid-on. 78 for 3 at the end of that over.
I'm going to make way for Gemma Green, former Hampshire women's player, but before I do, another email, Dean Gwynane, hope I've got that right. Greetings from Portugal. It seems like everybody's from Portugal at the moment, or got a place in Portugal or whatever. Great to be able to see the game here in sunny Portugal, where I now live. Do miss the Ageas Bowl, but not the weather. Hopefully this will be Hampshire's year. Another word from Anthony, and then it'll be Gemma Green.
Yes, it is. Although it's been mostly sunny this morning, it is distinctly chilly out there with this northerly breeze, northwesterly breeze coming across the ground. I think the spectators in the Shane Warne stand away to our right have probably got the right combination, sheltered from the wind and got the full sun on them when it's out, which it isn't actually at the moment. So game's taken quite a turn since we were last together, Gemma.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a shift in momentum with those 3 wickets from Fuller. But Goldsworthy and Hildreth already got a start with 9 and 13. Dawson's now coming in to bowl from the hotel end as he bowls round the wicket, and Hildreth has driven that out into the offside. There is a sweeper out there, so it's just a single.
Hildreth will be glad to get that first ball from Dawson behind him, because it was Dawson's first ball that bowled him. Dawson bowled it out to the front of his hand. Yeah, he yorked himself. Yeah.
So we've got Goldsworthy on strike now as Dawson's coming around the wicket with his slow left arm. And he's dropped that short, and he's on the back foot, he's just pushed that into the extra cover fielder in close for no run.
So Cornishman is Lewis Goldsworthy, comes from Camborne.
And again, that's a fuller delivery. Oh, that's a fuller delivery. I think that's just turned away from the right hand of Goldsworthy, taken by the keeper. I think there's a little bit of turn there. Yeah.
There was a bit of turn.
Yeah.
That's significant.
Promising signs from the Hampshire perspective.
Worrying signs from the Somerset perspective.
Dawson in again. A slightly shorter delivery, but again that's just pushed into the leg side for no run. It's just a single off this over so far. The score is Somerset are 79 for 3. Dawson again, line and leg delivery just pushed.
Sown the seeds of doubt, I think, in Goldsworthy's mind, that first ball that he received, which turned. He's looking very wary, playing the ball off the pitch.
Dawson in for his final delivery. That's a fuller ball, and he's just been able to keep that out to remain there, and the score's 79 for 3. Yeah, it's almost worse when just one pops like that, isn't it? Because, like you say, it gets stuck in your head. If there's turn every ball, you can adapt to that, but it's that element of surprise that is the worrying factor.
Two batsmen confer in mid-pitch. Somerset's problem, I mean, is that they have got no depth to their batting at all. One of their problems. We've got Stephen Davis to come in next, and then Roelof van der Merwe, and that, frankly, is it for the
long tail.
batting. It's we've got Casey Aldridge, Peter Siddle, Marchant de Lange, and Ned Leonard. This is driven beautifully by Hildreth. Lovely, fluent off drive. Classic James Hildreth. It's not quite going to go for 4. Yes, it does go for 4. That was, I think that was Nick Gubbins who sprinted after that. Couldn't quite stop it from going over the boundary, so 4 runs to Hildreth, who moves on to 14.
It is one of the luxuries that the Hampshire side have got. You wouldn't say they're all recognised batsmen, but certainly other than Abbas, they could all do a job and have done a job for the side in the past.
Abbott to Hildreth, he's there in bowls. And in bowled, that's the end of James Hildreth. It's the 4th Somerset wicket. That delivery from Abbott just coming back between bat and pad, taking the top of the off stump, and Hildreth has been bowled by Abbott for 14, and that's the 4th Somerset wicket to go down. And I'm afraid, from a Somerset perspective, the writing now very much on the wall.
I think there was a really passionate sort of celebration there from Kyle Abbott. I think, like you say, knowing that is a big step closer to Hampshire closing in on a victory in this game. Still a long way to go, but I think Hampshire will feel very down on themselves if they don't come out with a win in this game, to face a Somerset side with so many selection problems, or availability problems rather, first up in the season, and you're playing at home. You don't get much of a better opportunity to start the season with a win, so Hampshire very much be disappointed if they come out with anything other than a win in this game. So you could see what that meant to Kyle Abbott with the big fist pump as he took that wicket.
Well, the first hour this morning belonged to Somerset. The second hour emphatically has belonged to Hampshire, picking up the 4 wickets. Ben Green bowled by Fuller for 20. Tom Abel LBW to Fuller for 4. Lammonby caught down the leg side by Ben Brown, again off James Fuller for 32. And now James Hildreth, who held the innings together for Somerset in the first innings with his 87, is back in the pavilion, having had his off stump knocked back by a really good delivery from Kyle Abbott. Stephen Davis, left-handed batsman, wicket-keeper of course, is the new batsman. Batter, whichever one prefers. They're all blokes anyway in this game, so 83 for 4, and it's all about playing for pride now as much as anything. Somerset. This is the these are the last two recognised top order batsmen for Somerset. Got Roland van der Merwe, who's an all-rounder to come, and then the fast bowlers. The first task for these two is to see it through until lunch. It's Abbott coming around the wicket to the left-handed Davies. He's in and bowls. Davies elegantly forward. He's a very elegant batsman, is Stephen Davies. Very easy on the eye.
Do either of these batsmen, obviously, as you say, they're both recognised batsmen. Steve Davies very experienced. Do either of them have the application to put out an innings like Amla last year here and drive Kev mad?
Lewis Goldsworthy, I think, probably does. But Steve Davies likes to field bat on ball. He likes to play his shot. As Abbott bowls, he's a very, very skillful batsman. I mean, when he was with Surrey, he was averaging something like 43, you know, and set out sort of midway through his career at Surrey. He had been a wicket-keeper batsman, and he wanted to. He gave up keeping wicket so that he could prove himself as a top-order batsman and bat his way into the England side. It didn't quite work out, but he's certainly got the pedigree. Abbott bowls to him. Yes. Always seems to have lots of time to play his shots. Stephen Davies, good example there, just coming half forward. So he's not slow, Kyle Abbott, but Davies almost seems to be waiting for the ball. Gets into position so well.
They always said that a lot about Sangakkara.
Yeah.
Another left-hander, but yeah, some of the greats they do. They have that extra split second that, well, they seem to have. They obviously don't.
Here's Abbott into Davies. Again, just drops his bat on that. Gets into the offside end of that over. A successful one for Kyle Abbott. It's actually his first wicket in this innings. He has bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 36. Just the 4 runs from that over, that lovely off drive from James Hildreth. But it was a case of flattering to deceive, because the very next ball, Abbott was through his defences, and that was the full Somerset wicket, 83 for 4. Still a long way in arrears.
Dawson to continue from this hotel commentary end, coming around the wicket. Pulls that in a bit short, but Goldsworthy just pushes that into the leg side. Dawson bowls, and again, there's nothing too threatening there. We haven't seen that turn that we saw in the last over, that one ball, one surprise ball. That was just a line and length ball. Goldsworthy had no trouble keeping out. As Dawson comes in again, bowls, that's on leg stump and just pushed onto leg side. Again, another dot ball.
He's varying his pace a little bit, Liam Dawson. Flight, that last delivery just tossed up a little bit further.
And that one's in at the pads, but again, just pushed back to the bowler for no run. So 4 dots in this over. It might be 5. I can't count the dots from this distance. 4 dots. Because that was pitched up a little bit and a bit more flight. Didn't tempt him into the shot though. As again, once again, carbon copy. He just pushes that back to Dawson as he comes in for his final ball of this over. In comes, and once again just kept that ball out, pushed onto the leg side.
Bit too much leg side, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit.
That over.
They've got the sort of short leg in there, but it was just easy for Goldsworthy to survive that maiden over from Dawson.
When you were bowling your off breaks, did you like to get them up above the batsman's eye line, or did you push them through?
Somewhere in between. I didn't give it a lot of flight because I didn't get a lot of turn, if I'm honest. But I wasn't a darting in either. It was pretty much just line and length. But I like to get through my over quickly. That was a quick over from Dawson.
It was, and Hampshire need a few quick overs because their over rate's been pretty sluggish. This is driven away through the offside by Stephen Davis. Almost effortless shot. Will be pulled in just inside the extra cover boundary, and they will come back for 3 runs, 86 for 4.
Yeah, I think it's quite underrated, especially in limited overs games, but getting through that over, especially as a spinner. I know as a seamer, I've never bowled seam, but it looks tiring. You've got to compose yourself a little bit more, but as a spinner, if you can just go bang, bang, bang and just get the ball down there, even if it's just dots, it just puts that pressure on the batting side. And
it does. It does. It doesn't give the batsman too long to sort of compose his thoughts and plan his strategy. Keep coming at the batsman. So Goldsworthy, the right-hander, just the 2 slips as Abbott is in from the pavilion end and bowls, and Goldsworthy pushes that out into the offside. Ian Holland fields. We've got just 10 minutes to go before the lunch break.
I guess, so you're saying Goldsworthy's from Cornwall.
Yep.
I know it's not as simple as catchment areas these days, but I guess you get the sort of Dorset, not Dorset, Devon and Cornwall.
Devon and Cornwall very much,
come to you.
Yeah, and we've got, must be half a dozen Devonians in the Somerset squad. Yes, Abbott bowls, and this is cut away by Goldsworthy. Nice shot, just backward of square. It's going to be pulled in just inside the backward point boundary by Ian Holland, and they come back for 2 runs. 88 for 4. Goldsworthy on to 15. Batting quite fluently. He's not tall. Is Goldsworthy, about 5'8" tall, slightly built. He looks younger than his years. He's not very old in any case. He's 21. But he looks younger than that, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. Waits now. Abbott bowls, and that's edged down to Dawson at second slip, but all along the ground, played with soft hands. Haven't had many slip catches in this match so far. So a couple in Somerset's first innings.
So there was a bit of movement on that first day, wasn't there?
Yeah. But when the ball has, yesterday and again today, when the ball has taken the edge, it's tended to not to carry through to the slips. Vince at first slip, Dawson advanced at second, and Goldsworthy lets us go through to Ben Brown. Good leave. Yes, we're very fortunate in Somerset in having Devon and Cornwall to draw upon. Bruce Goldsworthy came up through the Somerset pathway, as they call it, the academy, and spent his 6th form years at Millfield. Yeah. So he's had the benefit of some very good coaching. Abbott bowls to him, and he's forward in defence, playing it back to the bowler. End of that over. 32 overs have been bowled. 88 for 4 is the Somerset score. And they are 160, I think it is, in arrears.
Yeah, Goldsworthy going nicely on 15. Davies fairly new to the crease on 3. Dawson's going to continue from this end. Looks like to the left hand of Davies is going to be coming over the wicket.
These two have got to put a partnership together. If Somerset are going to have any hope of getting out of this, I'm not sure that there is much hope that can be clung to when you're 88 for 4, facing a deficit of 248.
A lot of time ahead of you.
The innings.
Dawson's just perfecting his field, just making minor adjustments as he comes into bowl over the wicket to Davies. And that's just line and length outside off. Davies pushes that for no run.
It's been a good cricket wicket, this. Jason Kerr, the Somerset head coach, said what a good wicket it was when I spoke to him last evening.
Dawson bowls and Davies tries to late cut that, but there is a fielder at backward point who can cut that off.
Yes, it's the Stephen Davies fielding position now. He's at a sort of cross between backward point and short third man for the cut shot that Stephen Davies doesn't keep down.
Bowls and just pushes that into the offside. So halfway through Dawson's over, this no runs. Sorry.
I've seen him get out to that shot, Stephen Davies, on many occasions, but not recently. I think he's taken it out of his repertoire as far as possible.
Again, just pushed onto the offside for no run. Is it one of those shots that was a strength and a weakness?
Exactly. I mean, it's almost as if he loses concentration and just fails to keep it down. Ooh.
That's a straighter ball. Davies prodded at that. I think it hit the pad, ballooned up to short leg. There was a sort of almost a joke of an appeal, I think.
Well, he's got the rough, hasn't he, to bowl into outside the left-hander's off stump. And that one certainly bit and turned.
He comes in again. A little bit of turn on that one, I think, as well, as he got a little bit of an inside edge, but survives the over again. That's another maiden over from Dawson. So no runs coming from this end at the moment.
Yep, Leon Dawson, 3 overs, 2 maidens, just conceded the 1 run. And we're going to have a... No, it's this Kyle Abbott's going to bowl another over. These two got to see it through to, well, certainly to lunch, and then hopefully from a Somerset perspective, bat all afternoon. There's Abbott to Goldsworthy outside the off stump. That was the nip backer. Hence the from Kyle Abbott.
How are the Somerset availability issues looking come your next game?
Leach and Overton will be released by the ECB. Josh Davey is playing for Somerset seconds today, which suggests he's on the verge of being fit enough to play. Jack Brooks, who's had COVID, he will be fit to play. Not sure about Lewis Gregory. As Abbott bowls and driven nicely by Goldsworthy, but cut off at mid-off. Tom Banton's broken his finger, so he won't be available for a few weeks. But George Bartlett, the other middle order batsman who damaged his shoulder on the day before this game, he should be fit. So most of the absentees will be available, and we're presuming that Matt Renshaw, Somerset's left-handed opening batsman, will have arrived by next Thursday from Australia. Goldsworthy up on his toes, playing that out into the offside where Ian Holland fields. And Somerset will need to be at full strength or close to full strength to take on Essex.
Yeah, they got a mammoth score, didn't they, in their first innings?
They did, yeah.
In this round of fixtures.
Sir Alistair doing his stuff. Again, comes from a North Devon farming family originally, Sir Alistair Cook. I knew his great uncle very well, who died a couple of years ago. Oh, and that's Peel for a catch behind. Good piece of bowling by Kyle Abbott. And Goldsworthy rather groping for it outside the off stump. But he's been a thorn in Somerset's side, has Alistair Cook, in recent seasons.
I think in many county sides. Well, you're not alone.
It was at the 170 he got in the Bob Willis final, which guaranteed Essex a first innings lead, and in so doing meant that they didn't actually have to win the match, and that was enough to take the Bob Willis. As this is dropped down, I'm not sure whether Goldsworthy was intending to play that or whether he was trying to take his bat away, but it just ran off the face down to Dawson at second slip, again all along the ground.
Clock on the scoreboard showing 12:59, so Abbott's meandering back to his
last over before lunch.
Run up. to make sure this is the last ball, I think, so they can...
How are Essex getting on? Oh, Kent doing well, 198 for 2. Abbott to Goldsworthy. A little bit of bounce there as Goldsworthy lets that go through outside the off stump. Umpire Bainton looks around at the clock, and they are going off for lunch. So that concludes proceedings for this morning, with Somerset on 88 for 4. They started this morning at 15 without loss, and they have lost the wickets of Ben Green, who was bowled by James Fuller for 20, then Tom Abel, LBW to Fuller for just 4, and Tom Lammonby had been batting really nicely for his 32. Got one going down the leg side from James Fuller and was well caught by Ben Brown for 32. And then James Hildreth, who rather flattered to deceive, 14 runs from just 14 deliveries, but got a really good one from Kyle Abbott that knocked over his off stump, and he was gone for 14. That made the score 83 for 4. Goldsworthy and Stephen Davis have taken it on to 88 for 4. Goldsworthy on 15, Davis on 3. But Somerset still 160 in arrears, and with a mountain to climb this afternoon. That's it from the Ageas Bowl for the time being, for myself and Gemma Green, and we'll be back with you in around about 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway the afternoon session on day 3 of this county championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Somerset. The state of play at the break, Somerset in their second innings, 88 for 4. They trail Hampshire by 160 runs. And 3 of the 4 wickets that fell this morning, because Somerset resumed on 15 without loss, fell to James Fuller in a spell of 3 for 12. Well, the first hour went well for Somerset, didn't lose a wicket, and then Fuller was introduced into the attack and immediately accounted for Green, Abel and Lammonby. James Hildreth was the last man out before lunch, bowled by Kyle Abbott. So that is the situation. Your commentary team this afternoon, well, it's expanded. It's the same as this morning, i.e. myself, Kevin James, and in a moment you'll hear from BBC Somerset's Anthony Gibson. We still have Stan Mariza with us, who formerly a first-class cricketer in Zimbabwe, now living over here. I'll come back to that in a moment. More as Abbas gets things underway. Bowls to Davies, the left-hander. Edges and caught second slip. First ball after lunch. Mo Abbas picks up his first wicket in this Somerset second innings. Super catch, that one. 88 for 5 now are Somerset, and that's Liam Dawson with his second slip catch of the match.
I hate to say it, but that was a lazy, careless prod from Stephen Davis. Obviously not tuned in. A good ball from Mohamed Abbas, pitching it up outside off stump. He knows that Davis likes to play that back cut, and he went for it. But he went for it in a very half-hearted way, and almost as if he was giving slip catching practice, and comfortable catch to Liam Dawson's left. And that is the last of the recognised, well, the last of the partnerships that could be put together between recognised batsmen. We've just got Roloff van der Merwe coming to the crease. He won't give it away. He'll go down fighting.
Yeah, for sure.
But he's an all-rounder, and after Roloff, it's the fast bowlers. So this could be over fairly quickly, I think.
Yeah, well, it's been a surprise, hasn't it? Because that first hour, Lammonby and Ben Green seemed to be in no trouble at all.
And the first hour was obviously going to be the most difficult period as well, with the new ball and maybe a little bit of extra movement from the off the seam. Yeah. But they batted well. I thought Lammonby batted very well, but revealed his weakness to the short ball, which he needs to work on. Tom Abel got a good one.
Yep.
James Hildreth got a very good one from Kyle Abbott.
He did. But
that was a pretty aimless shot from Stephen Davis. Not worthy of him.
No, he'll do better, that's for sure. Still a very good player. There's Abbas then bowling to the right-hander, Roloff van der Merwe. Leaves that alone outside the off stump. That's nipped back. Got everybody excited in the middle there. Well, Roloff van der Merwe, along with Hildreth, pulled the first innings back from 61 for 5 when they put on 73 for the 6th wicket between them. Van der Merwe hit 28 of those. So expect more of the same, you'd think, in this innings. I was just going through our commentary team. I'd only halfway through it, really. I mentioned myself, Anthony, Stan Mariza, who's still with us, Gemma Green, who's with us. It's now expanded by 1 to a certain Emily Windsor. As forward is Roloff van der Merwe of the Southern Vipers, and TMS, I should say. She loves that. I had to put that one in. So at some point we'll squeeze her in, if this game allows us to. So yes, 50 without loss just after midday. There's now 88 for 5, which is a collapse in the first innings proportions, wasn't it? That's 61 for 5 at lunch on the first day. Here's Abbas again, and the sunshine is still with us. Runs away from us. Van der Merwe, good stride in, pushes it out to extra cover. Again, a sort of a determined front foot forward defensive that is characteristic of how Van der Merwe plays. You will not get past me, and if you do, it will take a pretty decent ball to do that. It's that sort of body language.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a feisty little cricketer.
He is, yeah. Which is what's needed in this situation. 160 runs behind, and the scoreboard to our right is now working. So both scoreboards are working. Van der Merwe turns that away towards mid-wicket, fielded by James Fuller, the man of the moment. A spell of 3 for 12. Totally changed the complexion of the morning session. 3 wickets falling in the space of just 7 runs, all to Fuller. A little bit of extra pace does make a difference at times, and it certainly did on that occasion.
Yeah, Ben Green got a taste of his own medicine after he knocked over 2 of the Hampshire batsmen yesterday afternoon with swinging full-length deliveries. That's exactly what he got from James Fuller.
Abbas, and punched off the back foot to extra cover by Van der Merwe. End of the first over. A wicket maiden for Abbas. 88 for 5, trailing by 160 Somerset.
Well, this is up there with some of the other Somerset batting collapses of recent seasons, losing 6 wickets on a pitch that's not doing a great deal under sunny skies. Some good bowling, but Somerset, I don't know what can be done about these batting collapses. I mean, they're missing a couple of... Matt Renshaw will reinforce the batting.
Yeah.
Tom Banton and or George Bartlett will presumably come back into the side. The lower middle order will be strengthened when Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton return, but the top order batting for Somerset remains a concern. Poor old Tom Abels having an absolute miserable time of it. Here's Keith Barker into bowl to Goldsworthy. He's there and bowls outside the off stump, and there's no run. Somebody kindly tweeted, yes, Andy Cleave tweeted Tom Abels' last 11 first-class innings. 11, 2, 14, 0, 0, 14, 0, 5, 0, 1, 4. It's a bad run, isn't it?
Yeah. But it happens to the best of players.
Yeah.
But we've all seen him score loads of runs, and listen, at the end of the day, if you're a good player, just because you get a run of a few low scores doesn't make you a bad player.
No. Barker's in and bowls, and that's edged and just short of Liam Dawson, I think, at second slip. He took it cleanly enough, but just about only just short. Almost got his hands underneath it on the half volley, but Goldsworthy escapes. Wasn't again a very good shot from the young Cornishman. Somerset don't want to give it away and go down in a heap. See some fighting spirit from the batsman. This is a defensive shot back up the pitch, collected by the bowler himself. The sun is out here at the Ageas Bowl. It's quite chilly, mind. For those sitting out in the open seating, the terraces. I must say, I was sitting down there this morning. You get a very good view. And it's amazing how much closer you are to the action down there than we are up here. It's get a much better feel for what's happening out in the middle. As Barker is in and bowls to Goldsworthy, who gets a thick edge on that between the slips and backward point, and will pick up a single down to short third man as Nick Gubbins retrieves it.
Yes, this is the best end of the ground to be at as well, with the sunshine.
Yeah.
Northern end.
Well, hopefully we'll get a bit of warmth into our commentary gantry from the sun later on this afternoon. Not that I suspect we may be here later on this afternoon. This could all be over fairly quickly. If this partnership can be broken by Hampshire, they'll feel they've broken the back of the Somerset second innings. Barker then to Van der Merwe. Give him the benefit of the doubt, say he just drew his bat inside the line of that delivery at the very last moment, which was a good one. The delivery, not the moment.
Just held its line a bit, didn't it, really?
Yeah. He's bowling left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Van der Merwe. Bowls left-handed and bats right-handed, as indeed does Lewis Goldsworthy. Barker bowls. Ooh, that comes back. Van der Merwe shoulders arms. probably would have gone over the top of the stumps in any case. End of that over, 89 for 5. Somerset 16 to Goldsworthy. Van der Merwe yet to open his account.
Jeff Stratton has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com is the email we're using for this game. He says, pace from James Fuller, yes, but do you think the Somerset batsman did not give him enough respect? And he's in New Hampshire in USA. I think Fuller just got a little bit more out of the pitch at that particular moment than the other Hampshire bowlers. It's probably surprised the Hampshire batsman, probably surprised us as well, because that first hour there wasn't really a lot happening. And as we were saying at the time, that sometimes that extra bit of pace does find something in the pitch that others don't. Here's Abbas, that's just nipped back a fraction, but it's worked up to mid-on by Goldsworthy. That's why, and again, as we were saying at the time, that you having somebody who's a little bit quicker than others is something that you need to complete and complement your attack.
It's not a bad point, though. I'm thinking particularly of the Ben Green dismissal. I think Ben Green, you know, his eyes lit up and he thought that was an off-stump half volley, and went for a rather airy-fairy drive. Was late on the shot, a little bit of in-swing, and over went the middle stump.
That's true. Abbas runs away from us and bowls. It's a length ball which Goldsworthy's in behind and plays that back to the bowler.
And Tom Lammonby as well, getting a ball going down the leg side. Didn't really play much of a shot at it, just feathered it through to a jubilant Ben Brown. As the trap that Hampshire had laid for Tom Lammonby was proved decisive.
Abbas again to Goldsworthy outside the off stump, cut away, and he's found the gap in front of square. A little bit too short there from Abbas. Goldsworthy able to get well on top of that bounce and hit it out on the offside. They'll come back for 3. Ball didn't quite make it all the way out to the rope, away to our left, and the total moves on to 92 for 5 and 156 now. Somerset are behind. Makes it a lot easier seeing both scoreboards now, as opposed to just one.
Yes, they're good scoreboards, but they don't actually have much information on them, do they? I mean, they're very easy to read.
Yeah. What information are you looking for, Anthony? And I'll try and help you out. As Abbas bowls, there's a drive, lovely drive, but straight to extra cover.
Well, last wicket. Is that there?
No, that's not on there. No.
This is
No. What I had for dinner last week is not on there.
Well, I mean,
no, I know what you mean. No, there's a few bits that missed out. Yeah. Who won the toss? I suppose we all know that.
The lead or the deficit, is that there?
Yeah, that's on there, 156, yeah. Bottom right.
Oh, yes, there it is, yep.
Yeah. You did say you'd had your eyes operated on, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'm over here, by the way. Oh, he's bowled! Oh, and that's gone through the gap, through the drive of Van der Merwe's, and he's out for no score. And that is the second wicket since lunch. Both wickets have fallen to Mo Abbas, and Somerset really in trouble at 92 for 6.
Well, 6 wickets have gone down for 42 runs. That wasn't a very good shot from Roelof van der Merwe under the circumstances. Very similar to the Ben Green dismissal. It was a full-length delivery from Mohammed Abbas. Van der Merwe thought, here we go, nice cover drive, 4 runs. And whether he was late on the shot, I think it came back between bat and pad, probably a little bit of in-swing from Mohammed Abbas, and over went the off stump.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's not a true half volley, is it?
No.
I know you're driving on the up.
He's driving on the up.
And it's nipping back a fraction. I mean, it
wasn't a good shot.
No, it's not. And, you know, I'm sure a lot of people will say, well, should be driving a half volley, not driving on the up in this situation. I kind of get it. But it's quite incredible how when your team is backs to the wall and you make mistakes like that, it's kind of amplified. Just watch the replay if you're looking on the live stream. Might have got a slight inside edge, maybe?
I don't know. He held the pose at,
yes, he did.
at the end of his off drive with his off stump leaning back at a nasty angle.
Just watching that again on the live stream, and I don't know. That may have come back as well as caught the inside edge refraction, but his bat is a long way away from his front foot, and there is a huge gap between the two, which is inviting the ball, that if it moves a fraction, to get you in trouble.
Well, Somerset seem to be in a hurry to get back to Taunton.
Perhaps there's a big night on at Taunton. Perhaps there's a concert somewhere, Anthony. So. Here's Abbas then. That's outside the off stump. The new batter is Casey Aldridge. And he'll be pleased that that was one to leave alone, so he gets a bit of a sighter. Casey Aldridge bowled by Liam Dawson for 7. Actually got a good ball, didn't he, from the left-arm spinner? Ball that just held its line after pitching and came forward. I remember, and he just beat the outside edge and clipped the top of off stump. So he got a good one in the first innings. He'll be hoping not to get as good a one as that in the second. 92 for 6, 156 behind Somerset.
Robert Blackwell on Twitter says, my Somerset members pack turned up this morning.
I think I know where this is going, Anthony.
And just after I opened it, Somerset lost 4 wickets. I felt like sending it back. Here comes Barker into Goldsworthy, who edges and is caught by James Vince at first slip, and Somerset are going down in a heap.
Wow.
It was, yes, it was Goldsworthy. Yeah, the scoreboard had it as Aldridge, but it was certainly Goldsworthy, and he's gone. I was just about to say how well he's been batting as well. Gone for 19. Good low catch, plunging forward at first slip by James Vince. 92 for 7. 7, is it?
Yes, it is, yeah. Keith Barker's second wicket, I think I'm right in saying. Well, it's probably first wicket, actually.
And that is the last of the Somerset recognised batsmen making a sorrowful way back to the Rod Bromsgrove Pavilion.
Well, I have to say, Anthony, I'm surprised the way things have gone, certainly after that first hour, and I'm even more surprised since lunch. I mean, it's 3 wickets for 4, and before lunch it was 3 wickets for 7. And I'm kind of surprised. I know it's difficult. Listen, you know, again, I know a lot of Somerset supporters will be saying, oh, this is rubbish, this is this is that. You know, when you are behind in a game, you know, the game is 10 times harder. You know, you look in, you know, the sun's out. Yes, they're bowling accurately and there's a little bit of nibble, but it's nothing that you wouldn't face day in and day out throughout a season. But there's just something about situations when you're behind in a game that it just magnifies just how hard the game can be at times, and you do feel that when you make the slightest mistake you're out, and you're watching other players when their team's rattling up 420 and you're thinking, well, that was a rubbish shot, and yet, you know, he's got away with it. It does happen, unfortunately.
It does, and this will be Somerset's 5th defeat on the spin, and that is their worst ever sequence in 4-day cricket.
Is that right? The
county championship, they lost 5 on the bounce in 1968, but that was 3-day cricket, of course. And I'm afraid, you know, what's really worrying about this is that it's all part of a pattern. You know, this is exactly what happened last September. As someone said on Twitter, they're picking up where they left off. Barker is in a bowls outside the off stump, and Peter Siddle, who can't have been over impressed with what he's seen so far from the Somerset batting. No. Let it go through to Ben Brown.
You know, listen, you know, if Hampshire had come into this game, Somerset at full strength, and they'd have been missing 7 or 8 players, it could have quite easily be Hampshire in this situation.
Yeah.
I think the thing is not to get too caught up in what's happening, because Somerset will look a completely different side next week.
I hope so. Barker's in and bowls, and Siddle defends.
You know, we said, didn't we, at the start, that the best Somerset could come out of this game is a draw. Now, I'm sure, you know, the coaching staff at Somerset privately thought that. They probably didn't say that publicly. I don't know. I didn't look at any of their comments, but you know, they would have thought, let's get out of this with a draw, and then we will be really happy. I think, you know, this is one game just to put to bed, move on.
Barker bowls, Siddle drives, and Barker misfields, which means that there will be a couple of runs here. Somerset moving on to 94 for 7. What's so disappointing, though, is, you know, Green and Lamby batted so sensibly last night, and again, you know, the first hour this morning, they got through the really difficult part, and then you know, they go over like 9 pins.
Yeah,
44 for 7. since the fall of the first wicket. Barker's in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Siddle, and you can't really blame the pitch. The bowling's been good, but that's what you should expect in first week in April from a side with one of the best seam bowling attacks in the country. But I don't know.
Yeah, well, when Somerset's players are back next week, the thing is, you just don't want to think about this game. It would have been nice to have come out with a draw, but you still don't want to think about it.
Barker bowls, Siddle drives, and it's well cut off by Felix Organ at short mid-wicket. Yes, and I've got the unenviable task of interviewing Tom Abel at close of play. I had rather too much of that sort of thing last September when Somerset lost those 4 matches and poor Tom didn't get any runs, and he hasn't got any runs in this one, and they're going down to defeat as well. It's a very deflating start to the new season. Yeah,
well, I guess the whole process started with all the unavailabilities, really, didn't it, really?
It did, and decision to bat first, you've got to wonder about that.
Here's Mo Abbas then, he's bowling to Casey Aldridge, who just pulls the bat inside the line as that goes through to Ben Brown. A couple of emails I didn't read out just before lunch, but hopefully you're still listening. silentcricket@gmail.com. Liam Williamson says, hoping Somerset can hold out until I finish work. It depends what time you finish work, Liam. If you're working part-time, you'll be all right. And can get over to the ground. Ha ha ha, he says. There's another one about facing Fuller. Said earlier, there was an email earlier that said, did the Somerset batsman give him enough respect? Here's Abbas, straighter. Aldridge pushes out on the leg side. Bill Seeger says, there is something to be said for having a bowler like Fuller, who is not always accurate, but as the wicket taking ball in his armoury, he does. People just have the knack. He hasn't been sparring when using it this morning. Great to hear you again, and look forward to your broadcasts this season. Oh, I read that line out. All right, anyway, we know what you meant about Fuller. That's why he's in the side, because he's a little bit different. Brad Wheel, interesting actually. Who's going to play next week? Probably Fuller at this match. That's left alone outside the off stump, even though it just came back a fraction. Good judgment from Aldridge. Another one here. From John Evans, who says, I owe James Fuller a huge apology for calling him a one-day specialist on day one. The guy was on fire. He was. You'll remember he took a hat-trick in the COVID year of 2020 against Surrey at Arundel. He is that sort of bowler, but there is another side to him, which we see as well. But we'll enjoy what he's done today as Abbas bowls. It's edged, slightly short of third slip. It's a common theme, isn't it, really? All the slip catches, Anthony, off the top of my head, have all been low down.
They have, yeah. Well, the Stephen Davis one was sort of knee high, wasn't it? Yeah. But that was a poor shot.
Been testing slippers out, isn't it? Because they're always the difficult ones where they're...
I've had a tweet from Judith, 72, who says she's in a room at the Hilton Ageas Bowl and watching the game from inside the room. It's very cold. My husband is a Hampshire boy and getting happier by the hour. By the minute, I think.
Here's Abbas bowls. Aldridge edges, caught second slip. There's another one, and another one that's low down, and it's Liam Dawson again with those bucket hands of his. And this time it's Siddle who's gone for 2, and it's 95 for 8.
Oh dear, it was a prod that from Casey Aldridge, but then he's a fast bowler and
oh, was it Aldridge? Sorry, apologies.
No, it wasn't. You're quite right. Sorry, it was Siddle. Yeah, it was Siddle. No. He is, well, anyway, the same applies. He's a fast bowler. He's not.
No, oh no, they're not there to.
He's, Somerset going down to a heavy defeat. Do you want to bring in?
Shall we? We've got a plethora of commentators. I hate to push you out, Anthony. Do you want to disappear for a little while?
When you can bring me back when the final wicket goes down, if you like.
That might not be till 6:30. So just
I rather doubt it.
Thanks, Anthony.
Let's give Stan a go.
Okay, Stan Moriza coming back on commentary. Whether Emily Windsor's going to get a go now, I probably don't think so. And poor old Gemma Green doing her first men's game Is there enough time to bring Gemma back at some point? We'll have to wait and see. But for the next 20 minutes or so, it's going to be myself and Stan Moriza. He's played a bit of first-class cricket in Zimbabwe, but now lives over here. We were talking earlier, plays his club cricket up in Cove in the north of Hampshire. And Stan, things have certainly moved on since you were last on.
Yeah, no, definitely they have. And I think we kind of, that spell obviously from James Fuller opened things up, and I think we sort of thought it was going to go one of two ways. I guess we were maybe expecting a little bit more resistance from the Somerset middle order, but that hasn't come to fruition, unfortunately.
Abbas to Ned Leonard, and he's in behind that good length delivery, and that's pushed out on the onside, and that ends the over. Well, Abbas has been pretty devastating since the break. I don't know what he ate for lunch. Maybe it wasn't anything. But he's picked up 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. Stephen Davis, Roelof van der Merwe, and Peter Siddle in that over.
He does sort of bowl that that sort of attacking line and that length that would probably be very difficult for sort of lower order batsmen. So yeah, it was always going to be a big ask for the lower order batsmen to try and contend with that. Yeah.
So here's Barker, who has 1 wicket to his name at the moment. He took the other wickets since lunch, as that's pushed up to mid-on by Casey Aldridge. He picked up Lewis Goldsworthy, caught by Vincent the Slips. Lewis Goldsworthy had made 19. Do you? I mean, is there, Fuller aside, because he hasn't taken the 4 wickets since lunch? Is Abbas and Barker getting more out of this pitch than when they bowled before lunch?
I mean,
Here comes Barker. Gives you time to think about that one, Stanley, is that's outside the off stump and left alone.
I mean, it's difficult to tell. I think they just sort of maybe found that spot that they've been looking for, and I think with that inspired spell from James Fuller, I think it probably has given everyone a little bit of a spring in their step. So it looks like they've sort of come out and gone, you know what, like we're good bowlers here as well, so we need to step up, and they have, and they've been really good.
Yeah, here comes Barker again, and outside the off stump, quite a wide one, and Aldridge leaves alone. So you think they've kind of fed off Fuller's spell?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes a game as a fielding unit, sometimes it does drift away, and you're trying to get into it, and then all of a sudden it just takes someone to do something special, and that spell just sort of opened things up, and from there it was, it just gave the whole side, you could hear it, the crowd was buzzing.
Yeah.
Here
comes Barker, bowls, and Aldridge gets one that's a little bit closer to him, and he works that up to mid-on. Because that first hour, from a Hampshire point of view, I thought was quite deflating. Both Somerset openers batted well, yeah. Lammonby and Green didn't seem to be in too much trouble, and you thought, and I don't know about, I thought about 10 to 11, 5 to 12, 10 to 12. I thought we're in for the long haul here.
Yeah. And I think we did speak about it, did we, off air? We thought, as Keith Barker runs in from...
Still round the wicket to Aldridge, and Aldridge drives, lovely shot through mid-off. There's nobody there because Felix Organ is quite close in at a wideish mid-off, and that's 4 runs. Lovely piece of timing from Aldridge.
Yeah, good shot. Good shot from Casey Aldridge. He did, get lent into that really nicely and push that down the ground for a welcome boundary to try and make, I guess, some sort of respectability to this Somerset second innings total. It's been a little bit of a struggle for sure for them in this game, and I guess from a Hampshire point of view, it's been, I guess, what you'd say is a complete performance, and they've been, really good from start to finish, I guess.
Yeah, they have, but as you said, it's about winning sessions, and Hampshire have won every single one, haven't they? Bowls again, and Aldridge gets a thick outside edge along the ground through the vacant gully area. Vince is after it, followed by Dawson. He's expecting Vince to flick it back. I don't think he will. And they pick up 2, and Aldridge moves on to 7. And there's 100 up for Somerset. I think somebody applauded down there. 100 up in the 40th over. Oh, there's a few more now who have just realised that the scoreboard has put that up as well. But as Stan says, that it's been a bit of a struggle for Somerset since that first hour, when they moved on from 15 without loss to 50 without loss. And it was the introduction of James Fuller, really, that's been the catalyst to this Somerset collapse.
Yeah, it is a bit of a collapse, and I think they'll they'll be quite disappointed with how things have gone.
They will be, that's for sure. As Abbott starts of a new over, and it's a length ball driven out into the covers by Ned Leonard. You see shots like that, I think, at the stand, that it's not quite a half volley, but it's a lovely sort of shot on the up. It's a punch shot that it's fine when the ball doesn't nibble.
Yeah.
But if it does, you're in trouble.
You are.
Roland van der Merwe is the prime example.
And I think it's, on a wicket like this, it just like we say, there's just always been something in it. And as Mohammed Abbas comes in again.
Right time over, 3 slips weight. Bowls, Leonard, trying to take the bat away actually. It hits the face of the bat, goes into the ground and goes down towards third man. They'll come back for 2 and he's off the mark. And it's 103 for 8, Somerset trail by 145.
I think that the more obvious thing that I've seen in terms of, the way the bowlers have gotten about it, in terms of the two sides, I think you can definitely see Hampshire's lengths are always a bit further up, and it's trying to get, you want to bowl fuller, but you're trying to get that full length that's not a half volley length.
Correct.
So it's trying to find that balance.
It is, outside off stump, and yes, you're right. And it's quite difficult, isn't it, because pros are used to bowling a certain length, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they're not used to changing that length.
Yeah.
And if it means bowling that little bit further up, it's very easy then for it to become half volley.
Exactly that. And Hampshire have obviously hit that spot and hit it more consistently, and it's almost, you want that challenging length where the batsmen are in two minds whether or not they should go forward, and they're sort of stuck on the crease, which you've seen with a few of the big drives that we've seen that haven't.
That's right. Abbas bowls, that's the length, and there's a thick outside edge through the vacant 4th slip. There's no 4th slip there, and that's going for 4 runs up towards the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, a former Hampshire captain, for those of you that are not too up on your Hampshire knowledge. I think it was about 60s and 70s, I think, off the top of my head. I know I've probably got that wrong, but it's somewhere around there anyway. And in fact, he loved his racing, apparently. Dave Allen, who's the honorary archivist here, he knows absolutely everything about the old players. And I think I'm right in saying that Colin Ingleby Mackenzie liked betting on the horses. So today would have been an absolute ideal day for him.
Oh yes, definitely.
The national later.
Yeah.
Abbas comes in and bowls, and that's just come back in a fraction to Leonard, and that's well fielded at backward points. Score remains on 107 for 8. They are 141 behind. I'll tell you what I'm going to do at the end of this over. I'm going to let you commentate on the next one.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
So
we'll
this will be not only Stanley Morrisa's on-air debut today, it will actually be his commentary debut.
Throwing me right
very
in the
shortly.
deep end.
Yeah, let's go for it. Well, this game is moved quickly forward, isn't it, today? And I think we were going to take it at one pace at a time, but maybe the game has forced us into this situation. But I'm confident in you, Stanley.
Thank you.
As that's a length ball, and that's pushed up to mid-off, 107 for 8. Take it away, Stanley Morrisa.
Yeah, so we are Somerset are 107 for 8. I guess trying to trying to wrestle some sort of pride and try and drag this out as long as they can, I guess, and get some sort of pride. But it's been a really tough few days for them. Obviously, like we discussed, the preparations to this game, or should I say the build up to the game, losing so many players it was always going to be a really difficult situation for them. But Hampshire have been, I guess, the better side from day one, as Keith Barker prepares to come in to Casey Aldridge from round the wicket. Here he comes. Back of a length, or a little bit of bounce there, and he's just beating the bat on the offside. So Keith Barker is a very well respected and very well represented county player, and has been playing for a long time, and has sort of come into this Hampshire side over the last few years and been sensational really with what he's done in terms of the wickets that he's picked up and the runs that he scores as well. As he comes in again, beats the bat again. Yeah, really good. Kev, you'd have watched a bit of Keith Barker over the last few years.
Definitely, 40 odd wickets last year. I mean, did exactly what Hampshire brought him in to do. They wanted somebody to back up Abbott, to back up Abbas, or whoever, Fidel actually a little while ago.
Yeah.
Somebody that's going to get them nigh on 50 wickets a season.
Yeah.
And he's done that.
Here he comes again from round the wicket. Oh, little spar at it from Casey Aldridge. Beats the bat and through to Ben Brown.
It's not a good shot.
No, not really, no.
That's asking for it to be caught, isn't it?
It is. It is, I guess, a very much of a tail-ender's shot, I guess, you know. Probably not used to being in these sort of situations, but I guess what you can do is, I guess, try your hardest and see where things go. So Keith Barker comes in again. Casey Aldridge faces up. That one seemed to tail back in, actually, just outside the off stump. Good lead from Casey Aldridge through to Ben Brown.
I guess it's difficult to know what to do in this situation now, isn't it, really, where you're still 141 runs behind. There's only 2 wickets left. I guess just personal pride.
Yeah.
Bit of team pride, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think that's the main word. And I think as much as we know that cricket is a team game, it's also very much an individual game. And if your game can be... As Keith Barker comes in again, just plonked onto the offside from Casey Aldridge. Yeah, like we say, Kevin, it's a difficult situation, isn't it? As a tail ender, you're coming in, you know what's around the corner, but it's so tough. But you have to just stick it out and I guess make it as difficult, because a lot of tail enders actually rate their batting. I don't know if you know many. I don't know. They seem to enjoy it and take a little bit of pride in it. So Keith Barker comes in again. Defender done into the offside from Casey Aldridge. The score is 107 for 8 again at the end of the 42nd over.
Yeah, 141 behind. A couple of emails here. Ethan Kendall, afternoon to you, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the fantastic commentary over the last 3 days. I'm struggling to find any Hampshire players who haven't really contributed over the last few days, which is only a good sign for the season. And I remember actually a similar situation up at Leicester last year where Hampshire won that game pretty comfortably. And I think it was pretty much the same situation. So I think the key for Hampshire is to keep going on this. They did last year. They won their second game as well. I think it was Middlesex here. Here's Liam Dawson, who bowls. It's a length ball, and Ned Lennon pushing forward. Goes back to Dawson, and that's the end of it. Dawson's running back. I don't know. Dawson's running, but why is he running back to his mark? Are they trying to get the over rate up? They are actually 3 behind. I've just looked at the board as that's pushed out square on the offside. This probably is why Dawson's bowling, and Abbas has come off. They're trying to get this over rate up.
Are there any sort of penalties for...
there is, if the umpires are strict enough.
Yeah.
Yes. That's driven back to Dawson. Dawson runs back. He's doing that every ball now. Dawson's just running back, and I think his run-up is even shorter than normal. He's coming into it. Oh, the batsman wasn't ready. He wanted to bowl. Here he comes then. This is literally to get up on the over rate.
Yeah.
That's cut away on the offside, but straight to a field, and the ball is making its way quickly back to Dawson, who's ready to bowl again. The batsman isn't ready. It's not surprising, really. Dawson bowls again. That's a length ball. This is, unfortunately, a shame, because Hampshire now, rather than trying to go for the kill and really wrap things up, are now thinking about the over rates. And now Bainton's saying to Dawson, look, you're getting through this over too quick, which I think is the first time I've seen that. That's played on the onside, and Dawson bowls probably what's one of the quickest overs of the season.
It really was, wasn't it?
107 for 8. And there's me doing the commentary at this end, and it's like, oh, that's over, finished.
Do you think they could go spin from both ends? It looks like they could go spin from both ends.
They are. They've got organ on, yeah. So this is... I'm just wondering if the umpires have been told to be more strict this year, because, you know, literally, Stan, I mean, every game, apart from 1 or 2 teams and 1 or odd games, teams are always behind, and yet somehow they manage to negotiate with the umpires to get that time back. But I'm just wondering if there's been a directive to actually now where the over rate is behind, that it's going to pretty much stay there. In fact, all of a sudden the over rate has jumped to 1 behind as opposed to 3 behind. I can't believe it's the result of that one.
No. Oh.
It's Felix Organ in, by the way.
Yeah, Felix Organ is. He's not a bad little off-break bowler, isn't he?
Yes, he is,
He has picked up a 5-wicket haul early on in his career, didn't he?
Yes, here, I think. It's you again, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it's my fault. Yeah, you do that in. Sorry, have another one. Sorry, Stan,
That's okay.
It's my fault.
No, as Felix Organ comes in to Casey Aldridge. Just outside the off stump and left alone, and through to Ben Brown. Again, rushing through these overs, trying to get that over rate, as we spoke about, back up to the right level. Organ again. Driven back by Casey Aldridge, back to the bowler. Full of length. Casey Aldridge coming just pushed out into the offside from Casey Aldridge, and he picks up a single to move on to 7.
It's very quick. There's not a lot of time between balls now.
Catch. Oh, just past Keith Barker. Driven out onto the offside for a couple of runs they pick up. And that's the end of the over. Another one. Very speedy over, and that takes us to 110 for 8 off 44.
Hardly having time to draw breath between overs. Joe was on the ground at Somerset Sport, says, if the match finishes early, will the over rate be discounted? Currently -3, this was just before it changed, and it would be disappointing to lose points from this match. Well, I mean, Joe's actually a fountain of all knowledge as regards the rules, so I wouldn't want to question her. As Dawson comes in at the start of a new over, Aldridge gets wrapped on the pad trying to win it away from the leg side, and Dawson's already run back to his mark, ready to bowl the next ball. The only thing I would say to that is, I remember a few years ago, as most people will remember who follow cricket, here comes Dawson again, and that's a length ball played out on the offside. Dawson runs back. Is that the game at the Oval where it was stopped because of the arrow that was fired?
Yes.
Was a game where it was against Middlesex, and Middlesex were relegated that year.
Right.
So that's turned away on the leg side. They'll pick up a single. The total moves on to 111 for 8. And one of the arguments that Middlesex had was that the game was abandoned after this arrow went on the pitch, and at the time they were behind on the over rate and got deducted points.
Okay.
Now that game finished early, as that's pushed square or behind square on the offside by Leonard, and there is no run, and there wasn't an adjustment. So I'm thinking because of that there won't be an adjustment if this game finishes early. I don't know. I'm only putting it out there. Down the wicket, and that's hit in the air, and it's caught a backward point. Keith Barker. Leonard coming down, trying to hit it over the top. Wasn't quite there to the pitch of the ball. Got a huge top edge. And actually, Barker did well there with the ball steepling in the air and almost catching it right above his head as he does so. I think he did well to keep his balance at the same time. Leonard goes for 8. Dawson picks up his first wicket of the second innings. And Somerset now are on the brink of defeat. They are 9 down now with the score on 110.
That's really good again from Liam Dawson. Ned Leonard came down, he looked like he was trying to heave him over mid-on, got a thickish outside edge, and the ball looped to Keith Barker, who took a smart catch as sort of a short third man. It's not always a bad ploy when the tail enders are in to get the spinners in on a big ground like this, because their eyes do light up, and they do light up, and you know that they're going to go for that big shot, especially when the situation is as it is, where I guess things are sort of unfolding quite quickly. They don't tend to like to stick around, or they don't tend to like to hang around, and I'm pretty sure that the next batsman does like to give it a bit of a club himself, Marchant Delanga. I don't think he's going to hang around too long, is he, Anthony?
Now, does Anthony want to come back as we are close? Yeah, he will do. Yeah, it literally is that numbers. Do you want to come back at the end of this over or before that, as we probably are near the close? At the end or before the end of the over, did you say? End of the over, yes, sorry, Stanley, I'm in the game, unfortunately. Sorry, guys, I mean, this is going to... I've got poor old Emily who's come here for a bit of practice. Gemma Green doing her first men's game, and they're not going to get much of a go today, but it's the way it goes.
It is.
I've got some emails to read out as well, which I'm going to have to be very quick on before the end as well. So, Delanga to face Dawson, as Stanley says. I don't think... Maybe the third ball, but that's at the end of the over there. And 111 for 9. Stanley, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Great commentary debut from you. Sorry that it wouldn't have been more during the day, but it's a good job you weren't down to do day 4. That's for sure, as Emily Windsor was. That's why she's here, and she was still hoping to get on here today, but I don't think she's going to make that either. Right, let me read out this email while Anthony gets into position. Andrew Kirby, silentcricket@gmail.com says, hi to all the commentary and broadcast team. I'll do this over as well at the same time, Anthony, if that's all right. It's my first year with Hampshire membership. Congratulations. Here's Felix Organ with his off spin. He bowls from the pavilion end, and that's turned away square on the leg side by Aldridge, who moves on to 10. Somerset total on to 112 for 9. Haven't attended a county championship game for 20 years or so. When they played in Portsmouth at the United Services ground. I came to the Ageas Bowl for the first 2 sessions on Thursday before having to go home. I missed Friday and arrived just after 12 o'clock today. Here comes Organ bowling to Delanga, who gets a thick outside edge. He's going to get a single off a proper full defensive shot there. 114 for 9. I think that means I've seen 3 sessions of Hampshire bowling and currently on 18 Somerset wickets. Lucky you. If the season continues to be like this successful when I'm here, I'll definitely come more often. I don't think it's going to be like this every game, that's for sure. And it won't even be like this the next time that Hampshire plays Somerset, as that's pushed back by Aldridge back to the bowler. I'm enjoying the commentary whilst watching, as it has helped me to identify the players as I get back into the season. Keep up the good work, says Andrew Kirby from the 12th Men Cricket Club. I didn't know there was one. That's pushed away on the leg side by Aldridge. He moves on to 11, 114 for 9. Anthony.
Yeah, I've just tweeted to say how especially disappointing this latest collapse is, given how well Ben Green and Tom Lammonby batted last night and again this morning. And well,
yeah, apart from the first hour, isn't it? It's been not great. There's a drive. Oh, just past Keith Barker at extra cover. It's going up towards mid-off. I thought that was the wicket. So did Felix Organ, looking at his reaction with his hands above his head as he walks back to his mark. He's not going back to his mark quite as quickly as Liam Dawson is. Maybe Hampshire feel they've done enough to get that over rate down. It's still showing -1 as that's turned away on the leg side by Aldridge. He'll pick up another comfortable single as Mo Abbas comes in off. No, he's not on the boundary, he's nowhere near it, but he's down towards a fine leg area. And that'll be the end of the over. 116 for 9, Somerset trail by 132.
And I also said that Lachlan Stevens, who's the Australian who's Somerset's new batting coach, now knows just exactly what sort of job he's got on his hands to stop this succession of batting collapses that have plagued Somerset's cricket for the last few seasons. You commentate.
Okay. Dawson's bowling to Aldridge, who pushes that out on the offside. Do you want me to keep doing it then?
You keep going.
Do you? Okay, it's very
this
kind
once
of you.
happened to me at Worcester, and the 9th wicket fell at 2 o'clock, and the 10th wicket fell at 4:15.
Oh no, please not. We get to this point when we actually all want it all over, actually. As that's played back to the bowler by Aldridge. Yeah, I think whether you look like you're going to be on the winning side or the losing side, I think we all want this now just to be ended. We don't want a last wicket partnership lasting 3.5 hours or 2.5 hours, whatever it is. That's driven towards extra cover and there's no run. I'm sure the Somerset coaching staff would say differently, and I don't blame them. But you can't really see Somerset doing anything from here. 132 behind they are. The damage has been done well and truly. As Dawson comes in again, Aldridge drives just past the outstretched hand of Dawson as it makes its way up towards mid-off. Fielded by Mo Abbas.
Casey Aldridge's highest first-class score is 12 not out.
Well, there you are. So there's still some milestones and personal milestones to be achieved, even in this situation. That's full and that's dug out by Aldridge back to the bowler. I've never seen Dawson get through an over so quick, or overs so quick. He's completed 6 overs. It feels like about 2. Comes in again and bowls. It's a length ball, and that will be the end of another over. Over number 55 of this innings, 116 for 9.
Yeah, we once, Martin Emerson and I timed Johan Myburg.
Oh, yeah.
And he, with bowling one of his overs of off spin, it was 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Think how many overs you get in a day if you got through that rate.
You know, back in the old days in county cricket, they regularly get through 22 an hour. It's standard rate.
But there was a lot of spin in those days, wasn't there?
There was.
Yeah.
There was.
So
we don't
Fuller.
get anywhere, but even with spin, you don't get anywhere near 20 overs an hour in modern cricket.
No, they don't.
Hampshire are particularly sluggish.
They are, and when Fidel Edwards was in the attack, my word, if you got off the pitch at about 7 o'clock, you'd done well. It was a long day, but he was still good fun watching. Jace Fuller got a round of applause. He got 3 for 18 off 5, and into the attack he comes, and De Lange works it up to mid-on. I'd have kept the spinners on for this man, but never mind. He might still have a swipe like he did in the first innings.
Fairly sure he will.
Yeah, but Fuller, a spell of 3 for 12 this morning has really totally changed the complexion, not only of the morning session, but has totally changed the complexion of the day as a whole, because it's has put Somerset right on the back foot. 50 without loss to 57 for 3. And Fuller started it all. Here he is, changed ends actually, from the pavilion end. Bowls to De Lange, length ball. De Lange works that into the gap through point. Pick up a single, he moves on to 3. 117 for 9. Brian Collins on the point about points deduction has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, surely the points deduction for over rate must depend on the number of wickets that fall during a session.
They
Enjoying
do
the
allow,
coverage.
they allow for that, yeah.
Yeah. Glad to be back on the live stream, says...
quite a complicated formula, which Polly Rhodes, the Somerset scorer, showed me last season.
Yeah.
We don't have sanitisation breaks anymore, thank goodness, but
no.
they allowed for them as well.
Do you remember them? Somebody running on with a can of aerosol, or wherever it was. I bet some of them were if they'd run out of gel.
All having to be sterilised.
Here's Fuller. Length ball, it's in the air, but falls short a bit on.
Disinfected if it had been thrown back by the crowd. I mean, and what did Boris Johnson call it? A natural vector of infection.
Yes, one of the standout phrases, the COVID.
Absolute nonsense.
Yes, fortunately that's, well, we hope that's all behind us.
We hope that's all behind us, yeah.
Yes, 2 years of that was enough, wasn't it? Or a year and a bit of that. Here comes Fuller again, right arm over, and bowls, and that's a good delivery that's past the outside edge of Aldridge and actually shaped away as it went past the batter towards Ben Brown. And score remains on 117 for 9. At lunch, Somerset were 88 for 4.
It's a grim procession. 50 for 1, 54 for 2, 57 for 3, 83 for 4, 88 for 5. 92 for 6, 92 for 7, 95 for 8, 111 for 9. Dreadful.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's beaten the outside edge again and hasn't gone past the off stump by very much. Very, very good delivery indeed.
And of those, well, Green was culpable. Lammonby was culpable. Tom Abel got a good one. James Hildreth got a good one. Poor shot from Lewis Goldsworthy, even poorer shot from Stephen Davis, even poorer still shot from Rolf van der Merwe.
Yeah. Here's Fuller. That's worked up to mid-on from a foolish delivery. End of the over, 117 for 9, trailing Somerset by 131.
I don't know what it is, whether it's a lack of application, a bit of fatalism perhaps, lack of concentration, I don't know, but Lammonby and Green had really shown the way. And last night especially, when they had that 6 overs to negotiate, and then again this morning facing Kyle Abbott with a newish ball in his hand, and they batted really well. But once Green had gone, that was the start of it.
But it's often, isn't it? Somebody, when you're going well, there's often somebody comes up with something, don't they? Like Fuller does, or did. That's worked away on the vacant mid-wicket area by De Lange, and he'll pick up a comfortable single. It's the start of a new over from Liam Dawson, his 7th. He has 1 for 4 now, and the total moves on to 118 for 9. Somerset behind by 130. De Lange's playing sensibly at the moment. But it's Aldridge on strike, who's playing quite nicely. That's a nice cut shot. It's gone very fine past James Vince at first slip, all along the ground. It's going for 4. Played that very nicely. Played it very late, did Casey Aldridge.
He's shown that he knows a bit about batting. Does Casey Aldridge?
He does. Top score.
Yeah.
Career best.
Career best. Yeah.
There we go. That's something out of it.
I mean, he's looked the part as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I mean, to be fair to him, I think he could be a decent all-rounder. I'm sure you guys know that already. There's a swipe on the leg side. That's a good shot, actually. It's a slog sweep to a length straight delivery. He's just showing the other side of his batting now. He's got excited now because he's got his highest first-class score. So
I thought he bowled well too.
Yeah.
And Jason Kerr did it as well last night when I spoke to him. He's put on a yard, maybe even a couple of yards of pace since last season. As he's filled out. He's stronger and a little bit more mature than he was last year.
Yeah. He got the ball to wobble a little bit as well, didn't he? As Dawson bowls, Aldridge pushing forward. He's on 20 now from 42. 126 for 9 Somerset. Still 122 runs behind. As Dawson bowls, the over 8 still showing -1 on the board, by the way, if you're interested about the discussion we had about over 8s earlier. It's played out on the offside, and there is no run.
There's another Millfield boy, is Casey Aldridge. Yep. Spent his sixth form years there.
Wilson bowls, Aldridge drives up to mid-off. They're going to take a quick single up to Mo Abbas, who's quite deep there actually, so he'll keep the strike. So that's good batting, good thinking by Casey Aldridge as well. He's on 21, 127 for 9. Long may Billfield still stand in the county of Somerset.
Well, it has produced a quite remarkable number of cricketers for, well, I wouldn't say produced, refined. You know, the likes of, well, Peter Roebuck, Craig Keysvetter, James Hildreth, Colin Atkinson, who captained Somerset back in the 60s, was headmaster there.
It's Fuller, and that's driven through extra cover by Aldridge. Another shot, another nice shot. Just a push drive there, well timed, doesn't quite gone to the rope, but they'll pick up 2. And Aldridge is quite enjoying himself out there at the moment.
Second highest scorer.
23 behind Lammerby, who made 32 before he was the 3rd man out, the 3rd of James Fuller's 3-wicket spell for just 12 runs. Sunshine, I don't know if it's got a little brighter. I don't know if it's got warmer, but it feels a little brighter. Almost looks like the middle of the summer out there if you squint enough. That's pushed out on the onside, slightly shorter this time from Fuller. His first spell definitely had the X factor. It just seems to have settled down a little bit more as this innings has progressed. We're in the 50th over here. We've still got another 52 overs to do in the day. You'd think that things will end reasonably quickly, but even if it doesn't, there is an awful lot of play left in the day. I certainly didn't expect to be in this situation after that first hour. That's shorter. Aldridge just pulls inside the line.
Well, I didn't expect us to be in this situation, full stop, because I did not check out of my hotel this morning. I did think about it, but I thought, no, let's show some faith in the batting abilities of Somerset. But afraid my faith has proved misplaced.
That's it's a difficult one, isn't it? You know, it is something that faces us all over the summer. Shall I check out now? Shall I keep going? Of course, the worst thing you do is check out and the game keep going. That's pushed away on the leg side and you've got to sleep in your car. So I don't think anybody will blame you, Anthony.
Drive about 7 miles in the wrong direction and try and go home.
Well, have you got to go onto the M27?
Yeah.
So that's the right direction.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Right,
yes, I can get on there for the next junction down.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you're absolutely fine that way. Yeah. 131 for 9. Fuller continuing from that pavilion end to Aldridge. Length ball. Aldridge looks pretty settled there at the moment as he pushes that out on the onside. Hampshire just trying to keep each other going, because with that flurry of wickets after lunch, you really are in a situation where you're in the fields and you think, really, come on, let's just wrap this up and have even more than a day off.
What's so frustrating about it? I mean, batting is not looking difficult, is it? It's not a minefield that they're batting on.
No, it's a lot of the batters came out in that situation where Hampshire had all the momentum, didn't they? As Aldridge pushes out towards extra cover, maybe the intensity's slightly gone a little bit, and we had a few overs where Hampshire were trying to run through as quickly as possible to get the over rate up a bit more, and maybe that intensity's just dropped a fraction because they know they're almost home and dry. And it does happen in professional sport. You do all the hard work trying to get yourself into the position of winning the game, and then if it doesn't come almost immediately as quick as some of the mini collapses that we've had today, then the intensity sometimes does drop, and you're just waiting, almost waiting for that last wicket to happen, because you know you've got all the time in the world. There's no rush. It's not like we're into the last 4 or 5 overs of the game. You know, there's an awful lot of time left, so maybe naturally that intensity drops. Mo Abbas is back into the attack. The over rate, I presume, has been reached, because it's still showing -1 on the board, but maybe they've been told it's okay. So he's back in, having taken 3 for 18, and he bowls, and that's edged, and he's past a diving second slip. Where was the well, there is a third slip, but he's quite wide. There is a gap between second and third slip, and Langer found it. Yeah, Dawson did his best, but I think he needs to be, well, you can think of all the best goalkeepers in the world there's ever been. You'd need to be one of them, and I think even then he wouldn't have got near it.
Why have Hampshire only got 3 people in the slips?
That's a good question. I really don't know. I don't know. Anyway, maybe they're worried about the 113 runs that Somerset are only behind. And now the third slip has closed up. Stable door, horse and all that. Here comes Abbas. Bowls. DeLange goes for a swipe and he's bowled. And that is that. Quite comprehensive as DeLange tries to smack that away on the leg side like he did in the first innings, and he is gone for 8, and Somerset have been bowled out for 135, and Hampshire have comfortably won this game. I'm going to try and work it out actually. 113 runs?
Yeah, 100.
I'll quickly do a calculate. 113. The deficit is 113. So that's right, isn't it?
Innings and 113.
Innings and 113. Thank you very much, Anthony. With a time at just before 20 to 3 on the third day, with still way over 51 overs left in today, and of course the whole of tomorrow, Somerset have been comprehensively beaten, and they'll be disappointed in the manner of that defeat. Even though they have an awful lot of players missing. But Hampshire, well, they could do no more. They would have looked at this game and looked at the Somerset side and say, this is a game we can win. And I think even for Hampshire, in their wildest estimates, they might have quite have believed that they would have won this game as easily as they have. A comprehensive innings and 113-run defeat of Somerset.
Yeah, and even with the extenuating circumstances of missing so many first-choice players, this has been a very disappointing, a very chastening defeat for Somerset. They'll need to bounce back when they face Essex at Taunton on Thursday, but it's the nature of the defeat which is so worrying. The failure, really twice, of the top-order batting. James Hildreth in the first innings doing his best to bail out his fellow batsman with 87, and Tom Lammonby showing good application in the second innings with Ben Green adding 50 for the first wicket, and then the collapse. And the collapse cannot be blamed. I mean, Hampshire bowled well enough, but you can't say that Somerset have been swept aside by world-class seam bowling from Hampshire. Too many of them gave their wickets away through a lack of application, a lack of concentration. And Lachlan Stevens, the new batting coach from Australia, has got a big job on his hands to get this Somerset batting unit, which has so much potential. I mean, that's the other thing that's so frustrating about it. You know, players like Lammonby and Abel and Lewis Goldsworthy and James Hildreth, you know, they're all highly capable batsmen who just are not doing it for Somerset at the moment. They didn't do it in September last season, and they've started off here in the new season in the worst possible way. So I don't think Somerset expected anything better than a draw from this game. And a loss wouldn't have been so bad had they put up more of a fight. But to lose by an innings and 113 midway through just the third day of this match really is a poor outcome. And they've got to find something very different and very better before the visit of Essex to the county ground in Taunton on Thursday.
Yep. For Hampshire, really, they just need to keep doing more of the same. 4 for 22 from 10.2 overs, Mohammed Abbas. All those 4 coming after lunch. In fact, Somerset lost 6 for 47 after lunch. They were 88 for 4 at the break, and Stephen Davis with that first ball dismissal after lunch by Abbas, which started the rot, collapsed yet again. Great spell of bowling from James Fuller this morning when the first hour nothing was happening for them. His spell of 3 for 12 started that rot. He finished with 3 for 23 from 7 overs in the end. There was a wicket for Abbott, a wicket for Barker, and also a wicket for Liam Dawson. I make it 23 points for Hampshire.
And one for
from
Somerset.
that game, and one. It's not ideal, is it, really, when you're looking to win championships and that sort of thing? You don't want too many games with one in the column, that's for sure. But Somerset will be better next game, there's no doubt about that. They will be better when Hampshire go down to Taunton in mid-May. But all you can do is beat the team that's in front of you, and Hampshire have not only done that, but they've done it well. Plenty of positives. Look forward to having a chat with the Hampshire cap later on. The interviews from the reaction will be on the Hampshire Cricket website, and of course it will also be on the BBC Radio Solent Twitter feed at Solent Sports. Sorry to Emily Windsor, who rushed over here after the Vipers practice to get some commentary practice in. That's not to be. But she'll be around later on. Thank you to Stanley. Marisa, who made a great commentary debut, I think you'll agree. Gemma Green, who did her first men's game as well. Well, she didn't get to do as much as she would like, but believe me, for every day like this, and Anthony will agree with me, you get other days where you feel like you're never off and you're struggling to chat, so that's not a problem. But Anthony, listen, we've done many games and we know, and there's been a lot of to and fro in between Hampshire and Somerset over the years, and I'm sure things will be different next time. But I've enjoyed it as always with you, and
indeed,
thank you very much.
So have I, Kevin, and revenge must be sweet after that 10-wicket defeat here last season. Hampshire very definitely getting their own back.
Thank you very much. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We'll do it all again soon.